Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Brave Combat Federation. We're coming to you live from the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park here in the Copper Box Arena. My name is Chris Hoekstra, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome in my broadcast partners here tonight, Keurig Jeunesse, Noel O'Keefe, and Phil Campbell. Guys, this is an extravaganza tonight, a red carpet invite, one-night-only event. I am so excited. Keurig, I'm going to start with you. It's record temperatures here in the Capitol today, and it is a record-setting event. You've been around, you've seen the MMA come and go over the years. Your thoughts on what this means for the history of the sport tonight?
I've been involved in the sport on a professional basis since its birth in 1993, and this is, I believe, the most important event in the sport's history. Every other mixed martial arts organization is in the asses and seats business. That's what they're doing. It's a very, very complex game of checkers. This organization is born from the vision of Shaikh Khaled bin Hamad al Khalifa. It literally has a noble cause. And that cause is to raise, to elevate mixed martial arts everywhere. That's what we're going to see tonight.
Phil, I want to talk to you for a moment. There has been a lot of talk about the matches. We've got fighters from 10 nations here on the card tonight. Let's get technical. I know you love to talk the tech on the color comms. What can people expect when the event starts? We've got so many great fights.
Well, first off, when you look at this card, what you're seeing is an illustration of why Brave Combat Federation is the only truly global mixed martial arts promotion. We have athletes from all over the world right here in London. Just look at the preliminary card to start with. You have a guy like Louis Sadadakis. Not only does he have one of the best beer games in mixed martial arts, but his wrestling is on point. Training out of TriStar, he does this thing beautifully where he mixes his wrestling with the strikes. He can almost bait his opponent into committing to strikes, and just at that moment, whoop, shoots in for a takedown and imposes nasty ground and pound. But he's taken on a guy like James Brum, who for me, at only 32 years old, is a veteran of mixed martial arts, 18-5 as a pro. He is a wonderful Muay Thai stylist, but I know for a fact he's been working diligently on his wrestling with the Hickman brothers. So I don't think Louis is going to get the takedown just as easily as he thinks in this fight.
Plenty of fun stylistic matchups. Noel, I want to talk to you about some of the storylines. There's been so much hype coming into the main event, of course, at the top of the card. Bubba Jenkins defending against the challenger, Monero Martens. You've been involved in a lot of the run-up, covering some of the stories. Brave is a fight federation about not just 15 or 25 minutes in the ring. It's about everything that happens outside. It's about developing and growing the sport. What can you tell us about some of the characters on tonight's card in their camps and in their preparation?
When you look, we'll take that Bubba Jenkins against Lucas Martens fight straight away. When you look at this, when you look at the crowning night for Bubba Jenkins in Abu Dhabi, you've seen what it meant for this fighter, and what Brave Combat Federation do, more so, in my opinion, than any other promotion, is they put the fighter at the forefront. You're not just seeing Bubba Jenkins for, as you said, 25 minutes, you're seeing his whole backstory. You only have to look at Bubba Jenkins and the build up to this, what he was saying to camera, everything he was talking about the fights. This man in a former life would have led armies to war, and tonight he's going to lead himself into war, and online is his belt that he got in Abu Dhabi that night. Then he takes on Lucas Martens, the former Brave Combat Federation lightweight champion, who lost his belt in a peculiar situation. An injury cost him that. So this is redemption here tonight for Martens, and it's Bubba Jenkins showing that he is on top of that mountain and his flag is staying planted on the summit.
Well, folks, so much happening in the future in the main card, but we've got some really tasty preliminary events. 4 fights. Keurig, what sticks out for you? There's so many great fighters on the card.
There are so many great fighters on this card, but I want to give a first shout out to Iron Hussein Aya. You're talking about a complete fighter. He started off, he went 0-3, he joined KHK MMA, he worked incredibly hard, he has an incredibly developed character, and I've been honored to call his fights now. He's on a 2-fight win streak. And Brave Nation, what you're going to get to see is a complete fighter. He can effortlessly move between jiu-jitsu to striking to wrestling in a completely seamless fashion. And as I said, he's a good person.
Noel, what do you make of the matchup Rami Hamed, John Robinson? There's some intriguing stylistic clash there. I know, Phil, that's kind of your department, but Noel, you've seen these guys, you watch them training. How do you see that one going down in the prelims?
This fight for me is a short notice fight as well for Robinson. What I was looking forward to, and to excuse this fight at first, was the original matchup. This was Paul Lawrence coming in. Unfortunately, injury strikes, and we've got a replacement. You're talking about one of the most devastating strikers in mixed martial arts. 100% finish ratio in all of his fights. When he wins, he puts you away. The judges can put their pens down, they can use the bathroom if they want, because if his hand is getting raised, this fight is ending. But his 2 losses, interestingly enough, are by submission. He's fighting a submission specialist. This one is a flip-a-coin moment. Who can get the fight to where they want it? And if it stays on the feet, you got to favor Ramy. If it goes to the ground, folks, we could have a big surprise tonight.
Phil, you spoke to me earlier about Hamzat Magomedov taking on Ian Concrete Cleary. That's another one coming up in the prelims. You had a little bit of technical analysis there. Let's hear it.
This fight's huge. You have a guy like Hamzat Magomedov who medaled a gold medal winner in the 2017 IMAF Games, a fantastic wrestler. He has this unique ability to take you down and keep you down. He laces the legs, not unlike a Khabib stylist. Unbelievable, gets on top with the ground and pound. But Ian Cleary might just be the best fighter on this card that you might not have heard of. Fighting out of SBG Charlestown under famed coach Owen Roddy, so you know that his striking is going to be refined. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Ian perhaps try and catch counter strikes from the get-go, showing the uppercut, letting Magomedov know it's there, showing the knee, ready to present that. So I think this is going to be a real interesting strategic matchup.
You mentioned James Brunn having a little bit of a challenge here. Job Done is an elite fighter. He, I think, is 18-5. Got a tough test, though, against the TriStar prospect. What do you see happening in that encounter?
Well, I think this is going to be all about who starts quickest, because James Brunn hasn't fought since December of 2016, hasn't made the bantamweight limit since March of 2015. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays into what his preparations have been like. But as I alluded to earlier, Louis Sanadakis training out of TriStar under Faraz Zahabi, a fantastic wrestler, also getting time in at the Montreal Wrestling Club. He trains with a who's who, so it's going to be a fantastic matchup.
Kirik, would you agree with that assessment? Obviously, there's been much discussion. I mean, even GSP went to Twitter and talked about his teammate, Louis. The Zahabi brothers, obviously, there's a great deal of talent there at TriStar in Montreal. What do you see happening in this one?
That's another fighter that I consider, I don't want to use the word perfect because there's no such thing on this planet, but as close to a perfect fighter as you can get. This is, again, somebody who's got not just a great striking game and a great wrestling game and a great submission game, but somebody, and this is the most important thing in the sport, this is somebody who can put them together seamlessly. He'll switch so quick you can't even tell, and his opponent may not be able to tell either.
Noel, anything to add to that one, man?
We talked about the break with Bruin, but if you look at Sanadakis hasn't fought in over a year as well, but he spoke about, you know, it was his Brave debut when he fought, and he thought, this time off has made me, I'm refreshed, I'm ready to go. He graded his debut with Brave as a B. Most people are giving that an A+ performance. He graded it as a B, so that tells you a lot about the man in the fighter and how high he thinks of his performances and how high he wants his performances to be.
So just a couple of minutes, folks, before we get to the prelims. Phil, you've been in the cage, though. I want to kind of go back up to 30,000 feet here. There's a lot of pressure on some of these guys coming in tonight. Some of them making their Brave debut. It's an exclusive, invite-only event. What's going to be going through their heads?
Well, this is a unique opportunity. This is an extravaganza unlike any other. So I think preparations are going to be perhaps a little bit different for the fighters because this is an unknown. This is an X factor. So it's going to be about, you see the guys going into the cage, working around, but a setting like this, no one's ever done this before in mixed martial arts. I think this is going to be a real interesting X factor in that cage, but I fully expect the guys to go in there like the consummate professionals they are and put on a hell of a show.
And Noel, thinking about what this event means for the United Kingdom, you've covered the sport for a number of years here as a broadcaster and a journalist. Is this something that's going to take those next steps forward for the sport? Is this something that's going to be able to bring it into the 21st century?
Yeah, and it's something to touch on that Kirik said earlier, where he said, you know, a lot of promotions are in the bums and seats business, and this shows Brave Combat Federation, they're doing something. Not only do they set the bar, they raise the bar on each show, and this is something, like, the Brave Combat Federation might be new to the people in the UK. This is one of the biggest promotions, it's the fastest growing promotion in the world, and it is a truly global promotion. So they're raising the standard of what to expect in a show, and to your point, Phil, this is going for the fighters coming in here and to experience this. This is like what I would imagine a Bond movie is like, and you're in a villain's lair and an invite only to watch high-level athletes compete. This is going to be an incredible night of action.
Kirik, I know that you spoke at Endem about 12 different countries, 12 events last year. You had a great privilege of being able to travel around and be part of the globalization of MMA. What is this event going to do to set the tempo for the rest of 2019?
I'll hit that in just a sec, but I wanted to add something to what Noel said, going from 30,000 feet to maybe 50,000 feet. The continent of Europe has turned out incredibly important sports, F1, cricket, football. The reputation of mixed martial arts on the continent is a little tenuous, and so the Shaikh decided to come here and try to raise the image of mixed martial arts across Europe, with the understanding that when a sport can take off in Europe, it can go truly global. The United States, a little bit different. NFL does well in the United States, not so much elsewhere. NBA, same thing. So this is part of an ongoing effort to go global.
Well, folks, we're delighted to be on the call tonight. For Keurig Janess, Noel O'Keefe, Phil Campbell, my name is Chris Hoekstra. We'll be on the call. Delighted to have you with us for this exclusive one-night VIP event. Brave 24 London is now.
2016, a vision revolutionized mixed martial arts in the Middle East. It all started with the evolution of MMA in a small island in the Middle East. The magnificent Kingdom of Bahrain, a land of ancient glory and bravery, thriving under great leaders and visionaries. The country is now home to the largest MMA promotion in the region, Brave Combat Federation. And the kingdom became the first ever country outside of the United States that featured the IMF World Championships. His Highness Shaikh Khaled bin Hamad Al Khalifa and his true warrior spirit envisioned the growth of MMA in the region. He believed in the glory of the sport of mixed martial arts and facilitated the best MMA facility in the land. Along with brave President the Hawk, Mohammed Shaikh, in the shortest span of time, we grew stronger. We grew bigger. This is the story of the fastest growing MMA promotion in the world. This is the story of Brave Combat Federation.
Flying out of Jackson Week and BMF Ranch, Albuquerque, where I am from England. He's good everywhere, but I don't feel in any area he outshines me.
As always, I've trained as hard as I can. I've cut no corners. I've done everything right. I made sure that my weight was spot on coming into the camp. So I came into the camp lighter than usual, just so I can maintain a high amount of calories, so I can fuel my training, so I can continue to push hard.
I see is a very strong low kicks and a good range, so I know I have to stay away of those kicks and the long counts. You know, that's the thing where he is dangerous in the striking, because he's a very experienced Muay Thai and K1 fighter. But also everybody knows me as a striker.
Be careful when you're coming in, swinging, looking to take my head off, because people get put asleep when they try to go after me, so be wary of that, mate.
I know that Bubba is the world champion, but I'm better than him. I bring all my team with me. Bubba talks too many shits, but I'm ready to finish him or knock out him, and then I'm ready to make he doesn't speak anything more about me.
As far as what I've seen him do, I just don't think he's enough Bubba to beat me. You know what I mean? He don't have enough of what I have, you know, and greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world, and that's what I'm going to stand on.
gentlemen, welcome along to Brave Combat Federation 24 in the beautiful Copper Box Arena in London, England. I am Noel O'Keefe and I am calling the action alongside the great and powerful Phil Campbell and the O to the G of MMA, Keurig Jenis. Gentlemen, welcome to London and welcome to an exclusive invite-only night of mixed martial arts.
Noel, this is like nothing I have ever seen. I am hoping from the bottom of my heart that Brave Nation has some sense of what this feels like. The only thing I can compare it to is a James Bond movie.
Yeah, I feel like I'm almost at the opening of a movie, as in a summer blockbuster, and this is a premiere. But the premiere tonight, Phil, is the 7 matchups we have taking place tonight here in London.
Yeah, no, every fight we have on this card has the potential to be a fight of the night stealer. Right from our very first fight with Hussein Ayad taking on Mitchell Johnson, culminating in a battle between champion Bubba Jenkins taking on Lucas Monero for the bragging rights, for all the marbles to say, I am the world champion.
That's something I want to speak to you about, gentlemen. So I'm going to throw that to you first, Keurig. This is a first-of-a-kind event. How is that going to affect the fighter's approach? Or do you think it doesn't matter, once the cage door gets closed and Leon Roberts or Mark Goddard says, let's get it on, doesn't matter what's outside the cage?
It's funny you asked me that, because I actually fought once on a charity card that was black tie with the ladies in evening dresses, and I'll have to be totally honest, it did throw me off. Looking out there at a bunch of people drinking drinks, looking like they're in a James Bond movie, definitely threw me off, and that was a local show in one state away from me. This is global.
First fight of the night, we have Hussein Ayad taking on Mitchell Johnson. A big fight and a big opportunity for Johnson here at Brave Combat, Phil.
Yeah, as I say, you know, opening the card, this is the kind of fight that's even opening the card. It's absolutely huge. Hussein Ayad, we've seen him, this is his 5th fight in Brave Combat Federation. He's bringing in a record of 3-2, 2 TKOs and 1 submissions in his win column. So we know that he has that in his locker to pull out a finish.
And I think, Eric, to bring it back to the point of fighting in this environment, we'll see with both fighters here what the reaction of the crowd is like. Is it going to be like old school Japan fights where it's silent? It's quite interesting. I'm delighted to say as well, just on your picture there, he may have his back to you, but His Royal Highness Shaikh Khaled bin Hamad Al Khalifa is in the house. And Keurig, you talk to me a little bit about His Royal Highness and what he has done for this sport.
I am beyond honored to answer that question. Every other mixed martial arts show on the planet is in the business of putting butts in seats. They're playing chess, it's complicated they're playing checkers, it's complicated checkers. The Shaikh is playing chess. He's operating on so many different levels. Every month, every week, I learn about a new one. In this particular case, Shaikh is bringing the sport in Europe up with the idea that, like cricket, like football, it can go live.
And there it is, His Royal Highness just chatting with some of the attendees here. And talk to me a little bit about Phil. You know, MMA, it does, as we said earlier opening the show, it has a mixed opinion of people, but His Royal Highness is really trying to push the sport to be in the best light.
Well, what we see here, the Shaikh genuinely cares about the sport. He's a combatant himself. He's fought in mixed martial arts. He's fought in boxing. He knows what fighters go through. And I think that puts Brave Combat Federation in a unique position to really ingratiate himself to the fighters, to the audiences.
And the main event of the evening, I want to talk a little bit about this. You want to talk about an inspirational character. This man, I said it earlier, he would make you run through a wall when you talk to him. Our champion, Bubba Badman Jenkins, is making his first title defense against a deadly, dangerous, ferocious Brazilian in Lucas Monero. Martens, how big of a fight is this, not only for the title, but for the whole division? What does this bout mean?
There's a saying in mixed martial arts, you don't own a belt until you've defended it, and this is his chance to defend it. It's a chance for Bubba to prove he truly owns it.
Who is Lucas Monero Martens? Veteran, leader, champion?
The former lightweight title holder looks to make history at Brave 24 London. Should he beat reigning featherweight champion Bubba Jenkins, Lucas will become the first Brave CF fighter to have been champion in 2 different weight classes. Can he do it? Born in Minas Gerais, Brazil, Lucas Martens has been a fast riser in the MMA world. After honing his stand-up skills for a few years, he soon developed into one of the biggest prospects in Brazil, one of the stars of Brazilian MMA. He made his Brave CF debut in 2017, beating Fabian Galvin in the main event of Brave's first ever event outside of Bahrain. He then had problems making weight for a title fight at featherweight. He moved up to lightweight. In the new weight class, he became an interim champion by beating his good friend, Juan Santiago. After losing his title in dramatic fashion, Martens decided to move back down to his original weight class. He's in search of a place in the history books. Will he write himself into the history of Brave Combat Federation? This is Brave CF 24 London.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now, the national anthem of the Kingdom of Bahrain.
Who is Bubba Jenkins? What makes him a real champion? Jesse Denick Ivory Jenkins III was born in Stuttgart, Germany, into an American military family. As a kid, he moved around with his family, but his hunger for victory remained the same. Victories and accolades started piling up in wrestling. And as he moved to mixed martial arts, he has gone through a long road to the World Championship. Now he needs to defend everything he has earned. As we go into London for the first time, Bubba, I'm a bad man, Jenkins is in defense mode. As an American who has lived abroad for portions of his life, Bubba Jenkins has always felt the need to be an international citizen. With Brave Combat Federation, he has fulfilled this desire, as he has won his title in Abu Dhabi and will now defend it at London. Before that, however, Jenkins made his mark in the United States. He was a wrestling phenomenon, turned into an MMA star. After fighting in major American MMA promotions, he decided he has always been destined to be an international fighter. Now he faces the biggest challenge of his fighting career, taking on the veteran and top striker Lucas Martens. London is ready to witness greatness in the making, as 2 of the top featherweights in the world will collide in front of the most exclusive crowd. This is Brave CF 24 London.
My name is Bubba Jenkins. I'm destined. I have a purpose. The plan has been written. Fala galera, eu sou o Lucas Mineiro, desde estou focado e empolgado para trazer esse cinturão aqui para a academia.
Bubba Jenkins, this is a top flight wrestler. He is not just a wrestler, he's an ornery combat sportsman.
You have a prototypical Brazilian fighter, devastating on the feet, dangerous on the ground.
A fantastic fight between two of the best featherweights in the world.
It's going to be fast.
And that's it! Lucas Bolt does it! In case you were wondering, this guy's the real deal. Oh, and he's going to tap him right here. He did it! Incredible win in creative fashion.
What an incredible main event lies ahead, but before that, our co-main event sees Muay Thai sensation Keane Cowley take on the heavy-handed Magic Garzewski. And Philip, I'm going to start it with you, because a teammate of yours, Garzewski, what can we expect to see from the debutant here tonight?
Yeah, full disclosure, my teammate Magic Garzewski is fighting Keane Cowley, and it's really going to be about distance for this fight. It's going to be the fighter that controls the distance. We know how devastating Keane Cowley is with the leg kicks, so he's going to want to find that range, but Magic cannot allow him to have that range. He needs to get into his face. He needs to make it a dirty fight. He needs to turn it into a phone box fight.
And then we've got Keane Cowley, that Muay Thai sensation, Kirik. And it's something you said about wrestling. I don't think we're going to see much on the canvas here, but just talk to us about the elite level of Keane Cowley.
Keane Cowley has absolutely tremendous striking, both from the outside and also from the inside. And here's the rub. He is so good with those short shots on the inside. He may try to use them, but this is not the man to use them against. What he wants to do is keep this fight at distance.
When we seen them stand face to face yesterday at the weigh-ins, there was a significant height advantage that surprised me with Keane Cowley. But again, it's his distance management that I think is key, because Magic was willing to fight in the center of the cage. He'd do it in the car park if there was a phone box out there. So this is an incredible co-main event. We're about to get underway. The Roaring Lion is going to make his way to the cage. Brave Combat Federation 24 is about to go down.
Number one cage announcer in the world, the Roaring Lion, Kramer!
Ladies and gentlemen of London, England, welcome to Brave Combat Federation, who in under just 3 short years has become the world's second largest mixed martial arts promotion. To all the amazing people of London, England, and the 848 million viewers watching around the world, let's make some noise! Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we make history as we have the most extravagant, exclusive, and powerful VIP invite-only event in MMA history. 350 of the world's most elite personalities and greatest influencers, all under one roof, with one common goal, that is to empower mixed martial arts in Europe from this day forward. Brave Combat Federation is the only true global MMA promotion in the world. Last year, hosting 12 events in 12 different countries, promoting world peace through violence and through our sport. Country versus country for worldwide bragging rights. First off, I would like to thank our vision, our founder, and our support, His Royal Highness, Shaikh Khaled bin Hamad Al Khalifa, has changed the landscape of mixed martial arts worldwide and has made the Kingdom of Bahrain the epicenter for mixed martial arts and the home of the IMF World Championships. I'd also like to thank our driving force and president, the Hawk, Mohammed Shahid our brave president for being the hardest working CEO in the business and making Brave the fastest growing global promotion in the world. This evening is special. An evening like this has never happened before in the history of mixed martial arts. MMA has never witnessed the amount of power as it is witnessing right now. This evening, you become part of this exclusive, invite-only MMA show. We need you to understand the humble beginning of Brave Combat Federation from the Kingdom of Bahrain. Myself, as a former Marine captain in the United States, have seen some incredible leaders, but I have never, in my lifetime, seen a man who has made more changes for the better in the world, affecting more people than His Royal Highness Shaikh Khaled bin Hamad Al Khalifa. Together, we at Brave Nation will continue to empower our great sport. First, I would like you all to watch the glorious journey of Brave Combat Federation.
As you can see, Mitchell Johnson is just waiting to make the walk here. There's just a little bit of VT for the people in attendance. So Mitchell making his debut. Phil, talk to us a little bit about how unnerving is this waiting backstage for the biggest moment in your career?
Well, not only is he making his debut at Brave Combat Federation, he's making it on perhaps the most prestigious mixed martial arts card ever. We see him there, he's only one as a professional, but don't let that fool you, ladies and gentlemen. He has an extensive amateur background. Has fought at national level for the Amateur Boxing Association, so I fully expect to see him try and utilize that crisp boxing from the outset.
Care to talk what's going through the mindset as he's talking to his coaches, trying to stay loose? What's going through the fighter's mind?
There's an old saying in combat sports, everybody's got butterflies, everybody feels butterflies in their belly, but you have to make those butterflies fly in formation. That's what he's trying to do right now. He's trying to get on top of the adrenaline that's surging through his body, and I believe he's done it. He saw the camera on him, turned his head, and winked. That's the state he wants to be in.
He certainly seems relaxed as we're just waiting to get this show underway. The roaring line again as he's in his kingdom, he's in the open land, he's ready to roar. And again, you just see Mitchell, he's staying light on his feet, just kidding around, joking. Of course, he has his teammate Sam Patterson, whose experiences may have given him advice leading into this fight about fighting with Brave and on this occasion. So he's staying loose, he's staying relaxed, but again, although Mitchell is waiting there, we don't see Hassan, he could be just waiting as well. Again, all drawn out process, will nerves get the better of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to be loud, I want you to be proud, and I want you to show these warriors the support, love, and respect they deserve for risking it all in the cage tonight. Before we begin, I have one question for you, and one question only. Are you ready? Without further ado, let's let's bring our first warrior into the Brave 24 London cage. From England, give it up for Mitchell Johnson.
Mitchell Johnson finally making the walk. Had to look up to see his PowerPoints on the screen above him, but talk us through this moment, Phil, making that famous most wanted walk to the Brave cage.
What I'm really liking from Mitchell Johnson right now is, yes, this is only his second professional fight, but he's enjoying the moment. He's striding down there with confidence. He's doing the stride of pride. He's loving it. He's in his home country, opening the biggest show in mixed martial arts history.
As we alluded to, some of the strengths he's boxing experience as well, and focuses a lot on his grappling and submission. He did turn pro, but as we said, an extensive amateur background over 5 years. Just in the final prep point is Mitchell. He's going to feel the Brave canvas under them feet for the first time, and what a moment.
When I see so this is open no mind on the remix, now I'm putting it on grind. This ain't like any top to the mind, I ride it when we ahead of time. And I see aliens, man, aliens, the streets more than vibranium. I go hard than a titanium. Never could find myself no danger.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent. Representing KHK MMA from the magnificent Kingdom of Bahrain, please welcome Iron Hussein. Yeah!
Mitchell Johnson making that walk for the first time. He has made this walk. This is his 5th time. He's growing into a evolved mixed martial artist within Brave as making his 5th appearance.
I was asked earlier on the broadcast who I was most looking forward to, and this may be the man that I'm most looking forward to. He has such a beautiful, complete game. He can wrestle, he can strike, he can submit, and he will move between those modes of fighting with complete ease.
Currently riding a 2-fight win streak as well as he's picked up a victory at Brave 18 and Brave 22 by triangle choke and TKO, but he is an IMAP veteran as well, Phil. So talk us a little bit about what you're expecting to see tonight here from Hussein.
Well, speaking to him during fight week, he's told me that he focused a lot on his wrestling and his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for this fight. He already has 1 submission win by way of triangle. Interestingly though, Mitchell's only loss has come by way of submission. So I expect to see Hussein Iron get in there, mix up his shots to set up the wrestling, take his opponent down, and from there, start looking for a submission.
And what a moment as well for both fighters. And a historic card, an historic night, and they're opening the card. An incredible position for both guys. Here's your tail of the tape. Both fighters, same age. Not much difference in the height to rubber line. It's virtually identical. But let's get tonight underway and sending up to the roaring line, Carlos Kramer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your first fight of the night is 3 5-minute rounds in the flyweight division. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of no wins and 1 loss. He stands 172 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 56.4 kilograms. Representing Watford, UK, and Team Crossface from England, Give it up for Mitchell Johnson. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 3 wins and 2 losses. He stands 169 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 56.5 kilograms. Representing KHK MMA in the magnificent Kingdom of Bahrain. Give it up for Iron Hussein Your referee is Leon Roberts.
Gentlemen, we are about to get underway. The third man in the cage is Leon Roberts. Boys, I am excited. Just waiting on the cage door to be closed. Leon Roberts.
Okay, gentlemen, first round. You ready to fight?
First time we'll keep the fighters separated, but not any longer. We're underway. Mitchell is in the red and white trunks, and Hamad is in the black. And Mitchell opening up with that inside leg kick and showing some luck straight away. The second kick just gets caught, and he's on his back momentarily.
I think this is exactly where Hussein wants to fight. He wants to take the center. He wants to set Mitchell up against the cage and then shoot in. But he's getting, there's the shot. He needs to be wary of the neck. There's a potential guillotine here.
See, I was just using that distance and threw that right hand on the chest of Johnson, but he was just using it, Kirk, all that while to close the distance, moving into side control here.
What you're seeing here is the fruits of all the wrestling that Iron has been working on. He took his opponent down, allowed him to stand up, could have leapt on top of him with a Superman punch, then he decided to change gears and put him down. Now he's furthering position.
Knee on belly, look at the slide across into full mount. He's got that. Mitchell tries to push off the cage using his feet.
Oh, the big elbow landed there from Hussein Hayat. He's landing strikes it well. Mitchell Johnson knew he needs to show Leon Roberts that he's intelligently defending himself, and we can hear the thud of those punches raining down.
Yeah, just beautiful, strong arm that followed to roll the elbow over and land a big shots here. And Johnson's certainly going to have to show something. He's trying to book here, but Hussein Hayat is looking for the finish.
Leon Roberts is taking a long, hard look at this, but they were hellacious elbows being landed.
Big shots, wasting no time. Is Ayid, Iron by name, Iron by nature here, landing big elbows from the top.
Mitchell needs to move. He needs to get himself to a hip and shrimp up. He can't lie like a sitting duck in this position. These shots are getting through.
Although he is just leaving the arms up there, he's absorbing a lot, and them elbows will cause big damage if one gets through. But Ayid is staying calm as well here, Kirk. He's not rushing, he's being selective in his shots.
Iron is fighting a perfect fight. I don't believe it's going to go on much longer. That backdoor escape is low percentage. You see a beautiful transition.
Looking for
got the beginning of an S-mount.
He's trying to set up the triangle.
Triangle is being set up here.
He set that up beautifully. He used it from the mounted position to catch it, and now he's just locking up the legs. He needs to cut a slight angle across the shoulder blades a little bit more, but he's pulling down on that hard.
Just pulling the head down, maybe needs to cut an angle here. There was just a slight warning for shots to the back of the head there by Leon Roberts, but as he was saying that, Hussein Hayat was moving and trying to set up this triangle choke.
I'd like to see Hussein Hayat try and underhook the leg to try and get a little bit more leverage.
At the top! Just as you said it at 230! The squeeze! That will show you, Kirk. The squeeze that is there by Hussein Hayat. You were saying you were more excited for this fight than any other. Did he live up to expectations tonight?
That was everything I hoped for and knew it was going to be. That was the wrestling setting up the submissions with some beautiful striking added in. That is mixed martial arts.
And Phil, it was something I hadn't done. You seen the position. He was on top. He was in mount, landing shots and elbows. You seen Johnson was covering up, not offering much of defense, but Ayad wasn't happy to stay in that position. He wanted to change. He looked for that triangle, and boy, did he get it.
What Hussein Hayat did so expertly there was give Mitchell Johnson just enough space to leave an opening for S-mount and transition into the triangle. That is now Hussein Hayat's second triangle in a row, illustrating what a well-rounded mixed martial artist he really is now.
Yeah, it's the beautiful transition. Talk you through the replay here. We were a little worried for the neck momentarily for Johnson, but he used it to step across into side control and talk to us from there, the knee on belly into mount.
That was beautiful. That knee on belly position feels like the knee is driving through your chest and coming out your back, but we see the tap here. He just locked it down, created the angle. You see the slight shift in the hips there, pulling down on the head, and he left Mitchell Johnson with absolutely no option but to tap. We see the panic punches there to try and get rid. Finishes with the tap. Absolutely beautiful submission.
Sinayat has now gone and moved in more positive. Let's make it official and let's send it up to the roaring line, Carlos Kramer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what an explosive way to start Brave 24 London. Our first bout ends at 2 minutes and 29 seconds of the very first round. Submission by triangle choke for your winner from KHK MMA, Iron Hussein again.
Big performance by Ayad, and that takes a lot of pressure off me. He'd come off a loss recently, but he now moves to a 3-fight win streak. Momentum is such a big thing here in mixed martial arts, and he has flown downhill right now with the momentum he's building.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our second battle of the evening. Let's welcome our first warrior into the Brave London cage. From SPG's Charlestown in Ireland, please welcome Ian Concrete Cleary.
So long since you've been in the life you had in Dublin. Now
making the walk to the Brave cage is SPG's Charlestown, Ian Cleary. Ian has a record, Phil, of 1-2. Now I'm going to throw this to you because we know Ian very well from the regional scene in Ireland. He's a veteran of the game, but that 1-2, I think, this is the classic records for DJs. An incredible fighter, an amateur regional champion on numerous promotions. Talk to me a little bit about Ian Cleary.
I said this at the very top of the broadcast, gentlemen. I said Ian Cleary is perhaps the best fighter you may not have heard of. His record is deceptive. He's a multiple-time Irish champion at different weights. He's training under Owen Ronnie, himself a pioneer and legend of Irish MMA.
We're talking about royalty here tonight. Owen Ronnie is royalty of Irish mixed martial arts. To have him in the corner, this Kieran is probably your first time looking at Ian Cleary, but with a nickname like Concrete, what are you expecting to see from this young Irish fighter?
The traditional interpretation of Concrete would be he's got a real hard head, and he's got a real hard head, but he's got concrete in those fists as well. You are looking at a hard man right there.
And let's welcome his opponent into the cage. From KHK MMA in the Kingdom of Bahrain, by way of Russia, please welcome Hamzat Magomedov.
Hamzat Magomedov, he looks cool, calm and collected as he walks down the ramps, which, if I'm honest, is a little terrifying. Of course, he is followed out by his coaches, but one of them coaches being the first ever super lightweight champion in Eldor Eldarov. He's got a serious corner coming out of KHK. And of course, his Royal Highness is cornering there. It is well deceiving. But talk to me a little bit about the pedigree that is Magomedov.
Magomedov is quite simply a wrestling phenom. The 2017 IMAF World Champion at bantamweight. That's essentially like winning a gold medal in the Olympics of mixed martial arts. A devastating wrestler who 3-1. Yes, but that one came by way of disqualification. I don't really count that as a legitimate loss because it was a fight that he was doing very well in but landed some errant shots. So I think we're going to see Hamad try and utilize that world-class level wrestling in this fight.
Just in the final prep point, getting greased up by Keurig before we get underway here. Again, Hamad, will you speak about the pedigree in wrestling and how important it is in mixed martial arts? How do you counteract that? What's Ian Cleary thinking? How do we get around this?
Once again, it comes down to distance management. Ian Cleary wants to get on that bicycle and start moving left to right and in and out. If he doesn't, if this man gets a hold of him and drags him down to the ground, it's a short, painful night.
Let's get it underway and send it up again to the roaring line. Carlos Kramer, your tail of the tape shows the age difference. Ian is experienced. The weight was just missed as well, but let's send it up to Carlos Kramer to get us underway in bout number 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your next bout of the evening is 3 5-minute rounds in the bantamweight division. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 1 win and 2 losses. He stands 170 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 61.3 kilograms. Representing SBG Charlestown from Ireland, give it up for Ian Concrete Cleary. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 3 wins and 1 loss. He stands 175 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 61.4 kilograms. Representing KHK MMA from the magnificent Kingdom of Bahrain, give it up for Hamad Magomedov. Your referee is Leon Roberts.
Just before and as Carlos was announcing Hamad Magomedov, Ian Cleary was jumping around as if he was a spring coil waiting to go, almost like he knew something,
round, you ready
Phil.
to fight? You ready to fight? Bring it on.
We're underway, a touch of gloves. Cleary is in the white and red, Magomedov is in the black and gray.
Cleary light on his feet. You see Magomedov has the feet planted a little bit more. But we see this sometimes from wrestlers. People, oh, big shot by Ian Cleary right down the pipe and then slips out.
Cleary is the one taking control of the center. Showing different looks, just pulling that jab out there and looking for the low kick. Magomedov hits a nice low kick, but it was a calf kick. Beautiful shot, just it. Cleary, no, he's not going to control the dance, but nice movement by Cleary. And something you said, Phil, in the breakdown was that uppercut. He's definitely through it.
He needs to at least show Magomedov that he has the uppercut loaded, that he has the knee loaded to warn off the takedown attempts.
Magomedov just missed with that right hand, a slip on the canvas, but Cleary done well just to get his head off center line there. Keurig, that was a close call.
That was as close as can be. What you just witnessed could have ended it. What you just witnessed right there could have ended it. This fight could end at any second.
You see Magomedov almost stalking Ian Cleary, forcing him. Again, I think he's trying to force him against the cage and maybe shoot out for the takedown.
On 2 occasions, Cleary threw the right hand, and Magomedov was waiting with that right counter just as Ian dipped off to his left-hand side. Got to be careful. Magomedov potentially may have got a read there, but Cleary staying light, throwing heavy shots here.
He needs to be wary after throwing that 1-2. We just seen the feint there from Magomedov as if he was going to throw the straight to counter.
Magomedov keeping that right hand high and triggering it out. A knee could be coming there. You could see Cleary trying to potentially pull him down for the knee there. Switches to southpaw.
Oh, beautiful leading uppercut right there from Ian Concrete Cleary.
Sergio Cleary with a nice uppercut, followed by a right hand and turns Magomedov into a takedown.
And that was because of the big shot that Ian Cleary landed, forcing the wrestler to clinch.
Looking for the strong underhook here and trying to rip Magomedov up, but Magomedov gets the takedown as he normally does when he gets his 2 hands clasped.
Magomedov doing what Magomedov does best. You can see him now trying to get that hook. And now he takes the back. This is not a good position for Ian Cleary.
Ian Cleary just trying to get back up and take the back, so he's going to have to fight hands here and try separate.
Very intelligent from Magomedov. He's using the knees to the thigh to take away that spring in the step of Ian Cleary. Very smart.
Ian Cleary just trying to turn and maybe turn into it. Magomedov, try and separate them hands. Easier said than done on a big takedown with the hand claps again. Just shows the strength and technique of Hamza. And this is the problem, Keurig. Ian is defending here, but as soon as that moment presents itself, the takedown comes, and he clearly tries to get back to his feet, and the takedown will come again. It's exhausting part of mixed martial arts.
One of the most dangerous times in a fight is when you're coming right off the floor. It's very, very hard to keep your opponent off your back, and Concrete was not able to do that. Brave Nation, I am not sure through the television set how much you can tell, but these knees are landing to the legs like a cricket bat.
Ian has just broke the grip briefly there in his corner, shouting for him to turn into Magomedov.
He's trying to do the right thing. He's trying to create a little bit of separation, a little bit of space and turn in. But Magomedov does what he does best and just maintains that vice-like grip and thundering those knees into the thighs.
Landed at least 20 to 25 knees. And as you said, I'll take the spring out of the step, and that affects everything from movement to power generated in shots as well. So methodical work and smart work. And Cleary separates. Let's see how the arms are from grappling now. Ian Cleary will want to come forward.
That was huge. Ian Cleary decided, no, he's not going to play a game anymore. He's going in for the kill. Swing and a miss from both men.
Ian Cleary has certainly stepped on the accelerator. He wants to get that couple of minutes back that he was stuck in the grappling exchange. Thrown plenty of feints and looks at Magomedov. Magomedov marked up underneath the left eye. Cleary is bringing the fight here.
That switched lead uppercut is working really well for Ian Cleary.
That shot looked a little laboured, Keurig, coming from Magomedov. Potentially the gas tank could be lowering here for the fighter.
It's not the gas tank, but his bell got wrong. When your bell gets wrong, 5 to 10 seconds you'll be fine, but for that 5 to 10 seconds, you're not.
Nice teeth to the body in between Magomedov there, but Cleary is really trying to put the brace on his opponent. Excellent work, but big kick back by Magomedov. That was like a baseball bat.
That's the difference in the style of kicks. Ian Cleary's kicks are landing, but Magomedov's kicks are digging into Ian Cleary. That's the difference maker.
It's almost like Magomedov is trying to kick the person beside you and kick through you. But nice mark under that left eye. There's your 10-second clocker.
Cleary might try and land something big here in the closing stanzas.
Impressive by Cleary after the separation to let Magomedov know he's in it. He's in a fight here, and he's going to put the fight to him and put pressure on him. An excellent opening round here in the bantamweight division. But Ian Cleary, a big fight, a big opportunity against a high-level fighter. How comfortable will we feel after 5 minutes in the cage, Phil?
Well, he's now felt the power, he's now felt the strength of Magomedov. But he's bound to take confidence from the closing stanzas right there. He landed big shots. Again, that lead uppercut was beautiful. I'd like to see him maybe follow that up with a straight down the pipe.
Let's check out a little bit of action in the first round. And there was the switch of stance to southpaw on that lead uppercut, Keurig. Beautiful work by Cleary.
It was indeed. One of the newest developments in this sport is shifting, is going from an orthodox stance to a southpaw, and you just saw an absolutely multiple examples of it.
Beautiful, both fighters throwing, and both fighters are throwing fight-ending shots here in exchange, and that's a baseball bat slap that we just heard coming to the end of the round. But Owen Roddy would be happy with his fighter. What advice would he be given, do you think, in that corner, Phil?
Try and maintain the distance as much as possible. Use your jab as a little bit more of a rangefinder, and then once you've kept that jab in the face, then fire off your heavy shots.
Stay right there, beyond that line.
Ian Roberts just making sure the fighters are ready to go for the second round. The cage door is closed and made a
okay, second round, you ready? You ready?
Recommence.
Cleary trying to find that range, putting that jab out. Oh, but gets caught beautifully. Magomedov just lands the shot and cuts the angle to get away.
I like what Cleary's doing with the head movement, Cleary. He's showing little feints and keeping that head off center line. Just got caught there, looking for that flying knee again.
Cleary's guard's a little bit higher now. He's boxing a little bit more intelligently. I like what I'm seeing. He's to be careful not to drop the hands when he throws that inside leg kick. There's potential there for Magomedov to land a big looping overhand.
It's almost like Magomedov is waiting. He's sussing out what Cleary's doing in the second round here. He hasn't put out much output himself. Cleary looking for that lead uppercut, switching southpaw stance yet again. But back to orthodox, and now Magomedov throws his first.
Nice combination, and digs right into the body.
Beautiful work by Cleary, starting to get comfortable in there, and yet again turns Magomedov into that wrestler. But as we see, that takedown, do you really want to turn that man into that wrestler? Looking inside control here, Magomedov. This is not where you want to be.
He just ties his opponent up beautifully. He's got that cradle position right now, which completely immobilizes the hips of Ian Cleary.
Cleary is looking just to try maybe get an underhook here and recover maybe. Full guard wraps as well, but easier said than done with Magomedov looking to the outside.
And Gamzat Magomedov is happy to sit in this half-guard position, the anchor position, if you will, and land his strikes from there.
And this is the frustrating part of the fight, I think, for Cleary. He was having success on the feet in both rounds, and when Magomedov gets the distance closed, he gets it down to the mat, and you find yourself grappling and defending for your life. But good work sliding. He's almost inside the Turkish, using that head position just to anchor down and put all his weight on Cleary, make him carry it.
Hamad does not employ an orthodox approach or go through an orthodox hierarchy of positions. He's a wrestler. This is riding. It can take all kinds of different forms. He's completely happy to be here in top half guard.
And what this also does, gentlemen, is it's going to zap the gas tank of Ian Cleary. It's going to deplete him because he's the one putting in all the work. He's the one engaging his muscles to try and get out of this position.
Then if we do get back to the feet, gentlemen, Ian Cleary might be a little bit trigger shy to pull the trigger on attacks because he knows Magomedov is going to change levels and look for that takedown. But sitting in half guard now, this position, and Cleary trying to do a little bit of fighting from the bottom, but his corner just asking him to make the adjustments on bottom. And but Phil, what does he do from this position with such an elite grappler above you? How does he get out of here?
He's doing the right thing by turning to one hip and trying to slide out, create a little bit of distance, even retain guard. I'd like to see him be a little bit more active with the hips, maybe get that foot on the hip of Magomedov, push away to create a little bit of distance.
Magomedov, although he's in a good controlling position, he hasn't thrown much shots down on top of Cleary. It's purely being grappling, clearly trying to scooch his hips to get back to the cage. He needs to be careful of giving up that back like as he did in the first round, but good work by the Irishman to get it back to the cage wall here. As he stands straight away, not a problem for Magomedov. He says, you want to stand, I'll take your back. That's what he's done, and now it's a battle of hands yet again.
We're seeing a repeat of what happened in the opening stanzas of this fight. We're seeing Magomedov with that body lock, crunching in those knees, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a high elevation takedown coming from Magomedov.
Magomedov is just making adjustments. He's going back to them heavy knees on the left thigh of Cleary. Cleary switches sides. That could, although he's looking potentially Kimura grip there, but he might be just trying to give his left thigh a break and turn it the other way, Phil.
Needs to try and dig in for an underhook. Needs to turn in, dig in for his underhook. But you can see now he's blocking those knees, which means that they're starting to cause him damage.
Magomedov, great head position and just control of his opponent. And this is something you see, the high-level grappling that is Hamad Magomedov. And it's just so difficult for the opponents to get out of there. But that's the puzzle that you have to solve. You have to stop this. You know he wants to grapple. You know he wants to take it down. Your job, Kirk, is to stop it.
It is indeed. In order to reach the highest levels of mixed martial arts, you either have to have tremendous wrestling or be able to deal with tremendous wrestling. Cleary clearly is hitting heavy and hard on the outside, but he doesn't yet have an answer to the wrestling game.
Again, it's just the constant pressure. He's constantly making Cleary carry his weight, leaning into him all the time, just emptying the tank and taking its toll. Cleary landing some shots, looking to maybe explode and turn, but again, Hamad just makes the adjustments, looking to pick that ankle, and good work by Cleary dropping down, but again, the ankle pick is going to run out of time in the second round, but wrestling, as we say, has been winning this fight so far for Hamad Magomedov. Ian Cleary's going back to his corner. What advice, Kirk, if you were in that corner, what advice are you giving Ian Cleary?
Get on that bicycle. He's got to use side-to-side movement, and he's got to pop in and out. If he simply stalks forward, he's going to get put on his back again, and it won't be pretty.
Again, plenty of success for Cleary in the round on the feet. It's just so difficult, as we see here, the exchanges. Got beautiful distance, got his head off center, and latch on, digs to the body. Bass rooting and smiling somewhere. And that's where the hand went up. He got a little happy with his work. Beautiful shot, we've seen that again. That is a beautiful shot. But he almost got comfortable on him, controlling the fight here, turned the wrestler into wrestling mode, and that's where the fight took place for the rest of that round.
Well, that's what we see with Magomedov. He has the type of skill set with that wrestling that he can dictate where the fight goes. If he wants to keep it standing, he can. If he needs to take the fight to the ground, as we've seen, he can and he will.
Magomedov will be happy to continue the fight as it's gone with that grappling, but Ian Cleary, potentially curious, does he need a finish to finish this fight to get the victory?
There's the oldest saying in mixed martial arts, never leave it in the hands of the judges. Nobody knows what's on those judges' scorecards, including these two fighters.
Gentlemen,
I think they're both going to fight hard, just as they have been.
Ian Cleary looks fresh, as does Magomedov, coming into the third and final round here of Brave Combat Federation 24 London. Hope you're enjoying the fight thus far. Big third round needed here, you feel, for the Irishman.
Ian Cleary really needs to turn the pressure up, maintain that distance. He can't get caught admiring his shots. He needs to land his shots, move, try and land more.
Beautiful right kick to the body by Magomedov. Again, it's a baseball-like sound, cracking off the ribs of Cleary, but Cleary wears it well. Switches to southpaw yet again, giving the different looks to Magomedov. You can tell Magomedov is just waiting for Cleary to come at him to change levels and drop.
I'm not inside Magomedov's head, but I believe he may be trying to get some ring time here. He knows where his wrestling is. It's at a world-class level. There he goes for it.
Big sprawl by Ian Cleary. But Magomedov slowly just rips that leg in. Cleary doing well. He needs that big sprawl again here, though. He's got it. This could be vital if he can survive it. Stops the takedown, Phil. That's big, but he's locked up against the cage, where we've seen Magomedov have success in round 1 and 2 previously.
Like this, Magomedov then on a single again, just needs to. He was going to try and elevate the beautiful work. And this is, again, it's what we've seen in rounds 1 and 2. We've seen Magomedov impose his superior wrestling, land his strikes, and just tire Ian Cleary out.
Cleary does well to get back up, but it's that battle of hands as well. He needs to separate the hands of Magomedov, turning. He's got to throw the kitchen sink at him, and he will. You'll see him, I'm sure, if we separate, go at him and really try to make this a fight. But so far, he cannot solve this puzzle, this vice-like grip that is Hamad Magomedov.
Solid takedown there from Magomedov. He clings to you like glue. His chest is essentially buried into either your back or buried into your chest. And the only time you really can move is into another disadvantageous position.
But every time he gets taken down, Ian Cleary is trying to get back to his feet. Every time he's not giving up the position, he is not giving up the fight. He's got just over 2.5 minutes to turn this one around. But he is really trying to break that grip. But each time he does, Magomedov changes to something else, pips that ankle, and now goes in on a single. It's almost like he knows what you're about to do, and he's 1 or 2 steps ahead in the grappling exchanges.
He does indeed. And making Cleary's job even harder is this cage wall in front of us. The classic way to break from a back body lock is to control the hands and sag the hips away from the body. But with a cage there, that's impossible.
That's what Magomedov's doing. The fight IQ to just hold Cleary up, lean on him, because he knows it's winning the fight.
And the impetus really is on Ian Cleary to do something here. Magomedov's happy to stay in this position. He's essentially accumulating points with his control. Ian Cleary really needs to find the energy from somewhere to break that vice-like grip of Magomedov and return it to where he was having his most success, was in the stand-up rail.
Cleary looking to explode and get up on Magomedov follows. Excellent work by Magomedov. You can be nothing but impressed by the grappling. Elite level grappling. And again, there it is. Switches to the single. Looking to pick the ankle. Cleary stops it. Elbows could be there for Cleary when the head is down low. We separate. Big shot landed. But Magomedov, Cleary wore it.
And again, it shows the intelligence of Magomedov to separate momentarily, land his strikes, and then straight back in for the takedown.
Downward elbows here, but you have to be selective of where you're aiming. But There's a short elbow by Cleary, and good spot. Just the cage is stopping him, Cleary. Every time he kicks his legs out to sprawl down hits, the cage is just blocking him. Just under a minute to go in the third and final round. Cleary is going, he's trying everything. What else can he try here, Chris?
As you say, he's tried essentially everything, but he's trying to use the cage wall to try and get to his feet. But we see Magomedov triangling the legs to try and elevate them slightly. Because if your feet are above your head, you're immobilized.
Back to the feet, looking to separate Cleary. He's going to have to throw everything. He's got the separation. Here's the lotto ticket. Buy the ticket, pointing the ground, land the shot. Cleary coming out.
Oh yeah, Cleary wants it. He's calling on Magomedov. He wants a firefight. Cleary wants it.
Change of levels, but Magomedov is probably won on the fight, but Ian Cleary was calling him on. Landed a big shot, and look at the rock Magomedov. That grappling, Phil Campbell. Incredible.
It showed how intelligent Magomedov was right there. Because he wasn't going to get drawn into a firefight. Knowing how dangerous Ian Cleary is, he done the right thing. He bided his time and essentially wrapped up the fight with a beautiful takedown.
I think we know who won this fight, but I want to give a huge shout out to Concrete Theory. Concrete hands, strong body, and an indomitable will.
Big performance on the debut against an opponent that not a lot of people would be queuing up to sign a contract in Hamad Magomedov. He clearly represented himself well, and I know Yusuf Nazir, our matchmaker here, he's seen a fighter that wants to bring a fight and take a fight, signing Cleary up on a Brave contract right now, a multiple deal, an incredible fight. You can see him bringing up, this was the story, Phil, of the fight. Then takedown, and Ian Cleary's defensive grappling against the offensive Hamad Magomedov.
Yeah, in mixed martial arts, the takedown is gospel. And Magomedov, just every time he had the opportunity to initiate with the clinch, with the body lock, and score the takedown, incredibly intelligent. But what heart, what determination, what guile by Ian Cleary to stay in there to the very end and try to engage in a firefight.
Beautiful left and right hand landed by Magomedov separation, but this is where Ian Cleary got a chance. The separation was there, pushes away, just missed Magomedov. We can almost see the tiredness of Magomedov, and Ian Cleary waves him on. Max Holloway-like points to the center of the cage and says, let's brawl. But Magomedov knew he was moments away from winning the fight, but pushing the action, Ian Cleary lands a big shot. We just missed there, and almost got the lotto ticket with a winning number. Great respect, and that's what Brave Combat Federation is all about. Let's send it up to your judges' scorecards, and the man to announce your winner, the best in the business, the roaring line, Carlos Kramer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for these two warriors. What a fight! After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. 2 judges score about 30-27, and the last judge scores about 29-28. For your winner, by unanimous decision, out of the red corner, from Cage MMA and Russia, Hamad Magomedov.
Judges agree with us and they give it to Hamad Magomedov, but a great picture moving on again, and you can see he comes back from that disqualification, and really he's 5-0, let's be honest. But a big win for Hamad, moving on in that bantamweight division. I don't think there's going to be too many bantamweights that will want to fight that style of opponent here.
It is the most difficult style to deal with, and as I alluded to earlier, the hardest time is when you come off the floor. You think you're free, you think you're finally standing, you can get back to what you love to do, which is strike, and he's on your back like a lamprey.
And I'm sure Ian Cleary is walking back cage, a little disappointed that obviously the loss went his way, Bill, but by no means, he may have lost the battle there tonight, but I think the war still lies ahead. As a cop for, I think Ian Cleary should be signed up by Brave. He showed a lot of fight there and pushing the action, but what's next for Ian Cleary?
Some stereotypes are true, and the Fighting Irish couldn't be greater represented than it was there with Ian Cleary. He was so game, so determined throughout that fight, and personally I would love to see him fight in that cage again.
Beautiful moment in the
let's bring our next warrior into the Brave Combat Federation Brave 24 London Cage. Please welcome, from Tiger Muay Thai Fight Team and England, give it up for James Job Done Brum.
Making his way to the Brave Cage is a veteran in mixed martial arts, a former Cage Warriors title contender, James Job Done Brum Phil. He's been out of action for 2.5 years coming in here. Talk to me about Job Done.
James Job Done Brum is a veteran of the European mixed martial arts scene. This is a young man, only 32 years of age, but has already amassed 23 professional fights, 18-5 as a professional, 5 wins coming by way of KO, 4 by way of submission, 9 by decision. So he's finished half of his winning efforts. Interestingly though, he actually started out wanting to be a professional wrestler. Then he grew tired of the sports entertainment industry. He wanted to fight for real. He wanted to get in and experience a real fight. Professional wrestling's lost its mixed martial arts game with this young man.
You say that wrestling is fake? It's still real to me, goddammit!
I'll keep it kayfabe if you keep it kayfabe, brother.
But when you look at James Brum coming in here, he is truly a veteran of the sport. And he took it up as a hobby. As you said, Bill, it was a hobby, and he thought, no, I want to do this. He fell in love with the sport. And he's a great addition to the bantamweight division here at Brave Combat Federation. But he's got his hands full this evening with the Canadian. Let's get him out here and waste no further time. Carlos Kramer once again.
And let's welcome his opponent into the Brave Cage. Representing Montreal, Quebec, Canada TriStar Gym. Give it up for Louis Sanadakis.
Very calm Louis Sanadakis making his way to the Brave Cage. Made his debut at Brave Combat Federation 16 in Abu Dhabi. Won by unanimous decision in a fight that, and I love this character, he graded himself a B. For me, it was a flawless performance from minute 1 to the bell rang. He was announced winner, unanimous decision. But does that show you a sign that he only graded himself a B? How highly critical of his own fights are?
That is a champion's attitude. Anybody who gets done with a fight and is completely happy with what they did probably is never going to reach their complete full potential. This is a man who may very well do just that.
And Phil, training out of the world-famous TriStar Gym, there's no point even naming some of the fighters. There's that many that train out of there. But we have got another one. Almost a year ago that it was Brave Combat Federation 16, the debut. But he says he's feeling fresh, he's feeling revitalized, and the time off has only served to allow him to expand his tools, his arsenal, and his attacks. But talk to me a little bit about Louis.
Well, in my humble opinion, he fought brilliantly against Nauris Absak. We see there he's coming in, his weight at some point, height, both these guys are very similar, both these guys quite similar in age, but Louis Sanadakis for me is a fantastic exponent of mixed martial arts wrestling. A southpaw, so that lends itself to setting up the takedowns from slightly different angles. He's also been getting a lot of time in at Montreal Wrestling Club, so we know that he's really refining that aspect of his game.
Very intriguing matchup between two veterans of the sport. Let's get it underway and send it up to Carlos Kramer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your third fight of this historic evening is 3 5-minute rounds in the bantamweight division. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 18 wins and 5 losses. He stands 168 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 61 kilograms. Representing Tiger Muay Thai Fight Team and fighting out of England, give it up for James Job Done Brown. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 7 wins and 1 loss. He stands 170 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 60.3 kilograms. Representing Montreal, Quebec, Canada TriStar Gym, give it up for Louis Sanadakis. Your referee is Mark Goddard.
James Brown is in the green and black trunks, and Sanadakis is in the brave red and black. Our third man in the cage is one of the best in the business, Mark Goddard. And if you're just joining us at Brave Combat Federation 24, welcome along to Brave Nation. This is Noel O'Keefe calling the action alongside Phil Campbell and Kieran Janis. A touch of the gloves and we're underway. And I think this is an excellent test for Sanadakis against a veteran. He'll know every little trick and every little way to do the tricky things that only veterans have, Kieran.
He will. I'd really like to see Louis move those feet a little bit more. He ate 2 inside low kicks, and that is one of the newer strikes that you see in this sport.
And that's something I was alluding to at the start to you, Phil.
Yeah.
Being off for 2.5 years, has he been off reinventing his game plan? Mixed martial arts evolves and moves on at such a fast rate.
Well, James Brown is training with an absolute who's who of mixed martial arts out there at Tiger Muay Thai. He won a scholarship out there, so he's now a sponsored athlete. But I know for a fact he's also been working diligently on his wrestling with the Hickman brothers.
Just off target with that right hand, but he's really starting to chew up the leg already of Louis Sanadakis, and he's using that to get in with his hands, looking to go high at time, showing light, plenty of feints. And Louis at the moment looks like he's just downloading the information that's being given to him by Brown, but 2.5 years away from the cage, he looks light on his feet, he looks comfortable. Ring rust? What's ring rust?
He's changing his levels well. He's giving Louis lots of different looks. His head movement's fantastic. He's throwing low, he's going high, really mixing up his repertoire of strikes.
I like what Sanadakis has done on a couple of occasions there, as he checks with the right leg, he turns it into a front teep. He's done it twice there.
You do see that high-level Muay Thai, very, very unusual in mixed martial arts to see striking at that level.
There's not too many of them leg kicks you can take. You'll start to see that leg going limp and being light on it, and it's beautiful work by Brown, just lighting up that lead leg in again. Just needs to be careful on the inside. That one looked on the shin, might have hurt Brown there, but just sitting down on a shot. That right on again, good shots, and each time getting the head off the center line. Sanadakis trying to fire back with a right of his own, peppering out that jab.
Sanadakis so calm in there. You can see he almost looks nonchalant in the way he's approached this fight, but you know, that's simply because he's such a comfortable guy in there.
Yeah, and he might be just having a look, as I said, at Brown, a veteran of the game, wants to see what he's got without putting too much forward himself, but starting to come into it a little bit more, working behind that jab. Big body shot.
That was huge.
That was definitely echoing around the arena. The crack was like thunder.
Nice straight. Oh, just on the break there, Sanadakis caught a hook.
Louis been looking for reads, and he's willing to take a couple of shots or more than a couple to do them. I believe he's starting to get some reads. You saw that in the liver shot, and of course you follow up a liver shot with a high kick.
Beautiful right hook just as he came in, like a step away hook, and Louis starting to really put the pressure on, and he's settled into this fight now, and Brown needs to go back to them leg kicks. He's starting to check them more and constantly looking to counter each time as well. Goes back to beating up that lead leg, does Brown.
Oh, gets caught. Gets caught with a straight down the pipe there from Brown.
Nice right hand. He's done it a couple of times where he just steps off to create an angle for the counter, but this time Brown was aware of it. Head kick. Get caught. Beautiful. It's on the back foot. Almost stepping a fade-away jab almost.
Almost Anderson Silva-esque against Forrest Griffin. Just took the step back and popped.
There's a hard kick there just below the knee. Beautiful head kicks by Sanadakis. He throws them up with no tail, no effort. Not even a threat of a takedown so far by either man. Nice 1-2. Simple work straight down the front. Fundamentals, technique, beautiful work, Louis.
Very clean boxing from Luis Sanadagas, just landing, as you said, just those fundamentals, the jab, the straight, and again, cracking with that kick.
Just coming up to the last minute of the opening round in this bantamweight division bout. Look to hurt him, look to the body, not hurt him, bully. Bruce high it. Sanadagas has got to throw on the pressure here.
Luis Sanadagas smells blood in the water.
The right tight style fire was turning into a wrestler momentarily, but a beautiful body shot started that out.
Oh, spinning back kick attempt and finishes with the jab. It's that constant pressure that Luis Sanadagas is putting on now. Nice head movement.
It's pressure, but it's calm pressure, Phil. It's almost eerily the way he's doing it. Beautiful work, and he's really settled into this bout now. And Broom, hard to, it's almost not like sometimes you can recover from it.
Oh, he dropped it! He dropped it!
Looking to turn the corner, survival mode here for James Broom.
Can he survive until the bell here? 10 seconds left to go. Sanadagas about to throw some thunder.
Looks like the round is going to get away from us, but a big finish to the opening round. It may have been breaking records in heat today, but that fight is heating up right there. Luis Sanadagas started the fight slow, almost to see what Broom had. But my God, Kieran, when he stepped it up to the body, and then I'm not sure if that was square on the chin or where it landed. We might see it in the replay. But wow, the freshman reader, the Canadian, really turned it up.
And there it is with that beautiful body shot. You can see as soon as it landed, it's delayed reaction when a body shot like that lands. Luis Sanadagas with pinpoint accuracy.
We've had it a few times in that opening round. Sanadagas landed the kick on a couple of occasions, and it's one of them you just can't hide. You see Broom just steps away, and he cannot hide it. His face is trying, but his body is screaming in pain right there.
And it was at that point that Luis Sanadagas smelled a little bit of blood in the water, put the pressure on more and more, and in the closing stances of that round.
It was the knee that landed at the kick square in the chin, but James Broom went into survival mode. He survived, and we've got a second round, but Luis Sanadagas may up the pace and step on the accelerator coming into the second round.
Louis is showing extraordinary footwork here. What looks at first glance like no footwork at all is actually a brilliant job managing the distance between the two of them down to way less than an inch.
Beautiful. Look at that. Beautiful. Just pivots on the front foot like a matador beckoning in a bull.
Broom is looking to get that back. He's going back to them with the leg kicks that he was having great success with in the first round. But again, it's a still calm Luis Sanadagas who's just methodically coming forward with that subtle footwork. Broom just trying to work behind the jab briefly, and southpaw goes back to orthodox, and there's that head kick. He's got to be careful. That's what I like, Phil, what Sanadagas is doing. He goes high and then he goes to the body. Went to the body there. And Broom doesn't know where the target is coming. Is he going to go body? Is he going to go head? And that's why he had the success in the closing stances.
Yeah, it's a beautiful illustration of mixed martial arts. You can see that, as you said, going high, going low. But that footwork for me from Sanadagas, it's masterful.
And one thing he's doing, we're talking about the footwork, he's not chasing his opponent, he's cutting the cage off, and there's another blistering kick to the ribs. The screaming ribs of James Broom, but he's wearing it well thus far in the second round. Broom wants to go high, but Sanadagas' management of distance was perfect there, well out of range.
It's that kick to the body, or the threat of the kick to the body, that I think is going to open up a head kick or open up a looping shot for Luis Sanadagas, because then Broom becomes preoccupied with the threat of the liver shot.
Broom has done well. Almost 2 minutes gone in the second round to come out and go back to what he had success with. Really trying to put the action on Sanadagas, but Sanadagas again, cool and calm, center of the cage. Yeah, an excellent performance, excellent first 2 minutes of the second round, considering how the first round ended by James Broom.
It seems that James Broom is just having a little bit of trouble finding the distance, finding his range with Sanadagas. And I think that's because of the footwork that Luis Sanadagas is implementing here. He's just always a hair's breadth away from the ending strike that Broom throws.
Stinging leg kick thrown inside leg kick by Broom, and Sanadagas answered back, but he needs to go back to that leg, and what he was doing in the first, beautiful heavy shots, pinpoint accuracy, reddening up, welting up the leg of the Canadian.
Sanadakis is pivoting off the hook really well. He's throwing the hook, and as he throws it, he pivots on the lead leg, creating space for himself.
Right hand just off range there by Broom.
Louis doing a fantastic job with the placement of his lead foot. If you've got the opposite side, same side forward as your opponent, you want to keep your foot in the outside. When his foot's in the outside, he tacks. When it's on the inside, he fades. It's very, very tough to deal with. Here's a step into the outside, he get it, he backed up. Once he gets that right foot in the outside, throw a shot. Liver shot, jab to the head.
Broom just pumping the hands out, throwing different looks to Sanadakis, trying to see if there's any tails, any fakes that he can pick up on. Goes high, but again, that distance management by Sanadakis, who's out of town, goes high with the right. Kick that time, but blocked by the forearm, left forearm of Broom. Blistering inside leg kick again by Broom. That's what he's having great success with.
Nice back side kick there from Sanadakis.
Nice right hand up by Broom, coming in, stepping in with it, an over looping right, and Sanadakis lands the left hand of his own. They're almost in a battle of, right, your turn, my turn here at the moment of trading shots.
The difference, though, is body movement. When Broom landed that shot, his opponent was moving away. It lacked timing. And timing is what knockouts come from.
A minute to go here in the second. It's almost like he's trying to goad him in some ways by dropping the hands, but Sanadakis has shown complete composure by not rushing in. He knows he's fighting an absolute veteran of the game, so he's being cool and calm and sticking to his game plan.
Broom just trying to use head movement, but again, fundamental boxing there. Beautiful 1-2 from Louis Sanadakis. Oh, that's a big leg kick.
Just unbalanced. Sanadakis briefly, but he's starting to connect with both inside and outside of the legs. Sanadakis spins, but didn't really land on any conviction. I think that was a good second round for James Broom, considering how the first round came to an end. He essentially went into survival mode, came out there, was going blow for blow, went back to the leg kicks, Kieran. So a good performance by the Englishman there in the second round.
It absolutely was indeed, but the whole key to this fight, I think, is going to be the position of the lead foot. Sanadakis gets his lead foot outside his opponent's lead foot, and at that point he can land a straight shot, a slightly looping lead shot, and a liver kick.
Just see the replay here, and you can see Sanadakis' shot selection. He's not just throwing punches for sakes, he's picking his target with pinpoint accuracy and trying to land them. So good composure, and as we said, Phil, fundamental boxing.
Yeah, what we're seeing from Louis Sanadakis in his last fight against Naraz Abzak, we saw what a competent wrestler he was. We've seen how he controlled the ground. Now we're seeing that next evolutionary step, another chapter in the book of Louis Sanadakis right now. We're seeing just how good his striking is, and he's using it to great effect.
All to play for here as we start the third round. Brave Combat Federation London, an exclusive night of mixed martial arts in front of His Royal Highness and invited guests. And Broom picks up where he left off, and that's trying to tear up the lead leg of Sanadakis. A little bit of aggression and maybe a little faster start to the third round here. And you can really see that Broom is trying to bring the fight to his opponent.
But again, Louis Sanadakis, so intelligent, not getting drawn into anything, just landing his strikes. A beautiful slip right there.
You can see the effects of Broom clearly getting a clear message from his corner, and that's, you got to stop your opponent. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing somebody trying to stop the other one in the next 5 minutes.
Time that Broom throws, that constant counter is there, and there's that slip and move out of the way, Matador style, as you said. It's the calmness for me, and how cool Sanadakis is and comfortable here under the bright lights of Brave. You know, great composure throughout this, and again, that step off, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful work.
He's counter-striking beautifully. He's just waiting to see what he's getting from Broom, and evades wonderfully either with lip movement or head movement, and lands his point-scoring strikes. Oh, beautiful head kick.
set up by almost a short jab just to find the range to throw that kick up.
More, we want more, James.
Keep moving. Broom's corner, just calling for more.
Let's go. Last go. No single. That's good. Hands up.
As you said, though, the greatest success that James Broom is having is with those leg kicks.
I'm impressed that Lewis doesn't seem to be affected by the leg kicks. He has checked a lot of them, but a lot of them have got through. Another one there, but they don't seem to be taking any effect. I had said earlier in the fight that you can't take too many of them. Lewis and Douglas has proven that he's maybe he's a Terminator. There's no problem just taking them shots, but Broom is certainly trying that big right hand with the fight-ending punch, but he needs to do more of that.
He needs to be careful that he's not going to get caught coming in for that looping overhand. Sanadakis is moving back, and there's potential, especially from the southpaw, for that just a bolt like of an uppercut as your opponent's coming in.
Exactly it. Sanadakis always sets up his shot. It'd be an accident if you got hit coming in. I'm not seeing the exact same degree of setups from his opponent.
Looking from the judge's eyes here, Jamie, you've seen the third round, you're looking at James Broom pushing the action, constantly throwing the leg kicks, and it's countering work by Lewis Sanadakis here in the third round. So what are the judges seeing? They potentially be scoring aggression and striking towards Broom?
I think we have seen in fights where that's happened, but I think the way that everything that Louis is doing is essentially landing on point. So it's the accumulation of strikes and the accumulations of points that are winning this fight for Louis Sanadakis.
Step it in, looking to counter again, and when Broom comes forward, use that forward momentum against him, but nice body shot, just sidestep kick there by Sanadakis. And Broom is really trying to close that distance and get inside and land his shots, but Sanadakis' distance management has been superb throughout.
Good. Although ring generalship is no longer an official part of the unified rules scoring system, it is still a real thing, and what you're seeing here is a ring general.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Brave Nation, if you're enjoying this fight as much as we are, let us know by using the hashtag BRAVECF24, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Let's hear from you.
Broom has been trying to bring the fight and engage Sanadakis into a battle and a brawl, but Sanadakis sticking to his plan. There we go. Staying technical, staying long. Broom, these guys' corner are going to start screaming at him, I'm sure, a minute to go. Just as I say, a beautiful team by Sanadakis. Broom has got to throw the kitchen sink here, I feel.
Again, Louis Sanadakis with that pivot hook each time. Just when he steps off, he's like the girl that fell out of the tree. He's just not there anymore.
Nice technique again, and Broom tries to answer, but Sanadakis staying cool, and just like the technique and how he just fades away, just suddenly to be out of reach and then counter.
30 seconds.
There's always a question when you're winning a fight and it's down to short time. Do you play it safe and move around on the outside, or do you continue doing what was winning the fight? And that's what we're seeing right here from Louis. He is continuing a winning strategy.
Again, just trying to push forward with something to shoot the footwork to turn the corner. Broom is really trying to throw it down here. Digging them leg kicks in, but Sanadakis frames off, and looks like we're going to go to the judges' scorecards here at Brave Combat Federation 24. 15 minutes of incredible bantamweight action. Broom happy to be back 2.5 years away. It's really, for me, what were the judges scoring? Were they trying to score the forward momentum of James Broom, the leg kicks, or were they looking at the counter work of Louis Sanadakis? This could be one, I feel, that if you're a Broom fan, you're seeing Broom doing all the forward momentum. Yep. If you're a Sanadakis fan, you're going to be saying, he was fighting off the back foot, he was landing counters, he won the fight. So either side are not going to be happy when they get called out, but for me it is interesting, and that's why I'm asking that question, what are the judges scoring?
It is interesting, but for me personally, from what I saw was, yes, a fighter charging forward, but a fighter using intelligent mixed martial arts, using intelligent ringmanship, cagemanship. That's a beautiful head kick from Louis Sanadakis from the southpaw stance.
You could see it, and as we're seeing here on the screen, James Broome was eating that lead leg up, and it's just that this man is just out of range from that counter by Broome, or that lead right hand, and always looking to counter. So a beautiful performance by Louis Sandakas, and for me, I agree. I think Sandakas is landing the cleaner shots, but I'm not judging this. I'm watching this, and it's a very different thing when you're watching a fight to when you're scoring a fight, Keurig.
It is indeed, and I do want to say to everybody out there in Brave Nation, it's also a very different thing to watch a fight as a fan.
Yeah.
You see what you know and you see what you love. If the decision doesn't go your way, it's not because we've got bad officials here. They are, in fact, the best in the world. It's just the nature of this sport.
Carlos Kramer has made his way back to the cage with them judges' scorecards, so let's find out who your winner is. To the roaring line, Carlos Kramer.
All right, Brave Nation, another incredible battle. Let's give it up for these two warriors. After 3 rounds, we go the judges' scorecards. First 2 judges score about 29-28, and the last judge scores about 30-27. For a unanimous decision victory, out of the red corner, Louis Sandakas!
Very tough fight to score, and very well scored.
Yeah, I gotta agree there. 2 judges go 29-28, probably giving Broome, I'd say, round 3 potentially there, but a great fight. And you know what? That's an incredible fight for Louis Sandakas, because that's a real barometer of where he is. He now moves to 8-1, but he is beating a former Cage Warriors title contender, a veteran of the game, and an all-round mixed martial artist in James Broome, and he fought him in his style fight, showing his evolution as a mixed martial artist.
Yeah, last time we saw Louis Sandakas, he was a wrestler. What happened? He looked like a striking phenom in there.
Yeah, a year off is good, but James Broome, he's 2.5 years off. I thought he performed very well in there. Great to see Broome back competing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the last fight of the preliminary card coming up right now. Let's meet our first warrior coming in to the Brave Combat Federation Brave 24 London Cage. From Coventry, UK, John Jitsu Academy in England. Give it up for John Robinson.
John Robinson making his walk to the Brave cage, and John Robinson, Phil, he's taking this fight on short notice. He's taking this fight against a 100% knockout machine in Rami Hamad, but Paul Lawrence was originally signed up to fight this phenom that is the Russian. But John Robinson stepping in short notice. He probably looked at Hamad's record of 2 losses by submission. Yep. Yeah, I'll sign that contract.
This is a fantastic opportunity for John Robinson coming in as a lead replacement. If he wins this, you know, he's exalted into the lofty heights of potentially a contender straight away. But he's fighting somebody in Rami Ahmed that nobody was wanting to sign up, put their hand up and say, yeah, I'll fight this guy on short notice. In his last fight, we've seen Rami Ahmed completely decimate Gasimus Agazayev. So that's the kind of power that John Jitsu Robinson is going to have to deal with. As we see by looking at his record, he has 3 wins by submission. He's a legitimate Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belt. So I think the game plan is going to be fairly obvious for everyone in attendance. I don't think he's going to want to stand in front of Rami Ahmed for any length of time, though.
And let's welcome his opponent into the Brave 24 London Cage. Representing American Top Team in Coconut Creek, Florida. And fighting out of Lebanon, Give it up for the Russian, Rami Hamad!
Making his walk to the Brave cage, and Carrick, there are some people in this world, Mike Tyson, Francis Ngannou, Anthony Rumble Johnson, when they hit you, you fall down. Rami Hamad is in that category of fighters for that power alone.
He is indeed. One of the many facets that I love about Brave Combat Federation is they scour the planet. They go to places other people don't go to try and find world-class fighters. One of those countries they go to often is Lebanon, and they have found a world-class fighter in Rami Hamad.
So as we said on your screen, you can see all 7 victories by way of knockout or TKO. Fighting out of ATT as well, Phil. Just a pumping out champions left, right, and centre ATT at the moment.
The interesting thing, when we look at Rami Hamad's record, not only are all his wins knockouts, TKOs, they all came in the very first round. So what John Robinson needs to do is weather the inevitable early storm.
Ladies and gentlemen, our fourth fight of the evening is 3 5-minute rounds in the welterweight division. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 4 wins and 1 loss. He stands 181 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 76.2 kilograms. Representing Coventry, UK, John Jitsu Academy from England. Give it up for John Robinson. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 7 wins and 2 losses. He stands 185 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 77.5 kilograms. Representing Beirut, Lebanon, an American top team, Coconut, Florida. Give it up from Lebanon, the Russian Rami Hamad.
If Travis Kramer does not get your pulses going, the man needs to bring out alarm clocks. I'll copyright it. But Rami Hamad looks pumped and ready to go. John Robinson, short notice fight against a dangerous Lebanese fighter. Your third man in the cage is Mark Goddard. Hamad is in the black and red. Robinson is in the white and red, and we're underway. And folks, this is not a time to put the kettle on.
Gentlemen, there's almost an eerie sense of expectation, an eerie sense of the inevitable when Rami Hamad steps into that cage. You know the kind of fight-ending power he has.
Stands in that wide stance, pawing that lead hand out, and he doesn't want to play handsy. He's figuring out range there, Carrick.
He is indeed. Brave Nation, don't blink. I know it's an expression, but I mean it. Don't blink. This fight could end at any second.
Setting up that wide stance, Phil. Almost Gunnar Nelson, Loyola Machida style chance by Rami.
Oh, Rami.
Roll front leg.
Slight roll on his ankle there. Needs to be careful that stance. Switch his stance. It's almost like he's trying to bait John Robinson to come in with that side stance and then land a big right hand.
Well, yeah, Robinson, he's got to stay calm here and not fall into the trap and let this become a kickboxing match. He's got to be careful on his entries.
Close that lead hand, John. Keep the hand closed.
Referee Mark Goddard just asking John Robinson just to keep his lead hand closed. Point the fingers, and again, Hamad is just pawing out that right hand. On a couple of feints almost to see what Robinson does. Look, there's the power. It's the calf kick almost takes the complete balance away from Robinson.
They are not the kind of kicks you can eat too many of, no.
And that's the thing with the calf kick. It's really new. You can already see the reddening to the calf. And no matter if you survive, you just can't put weight on your leg instantly. crashed across the ribs and starting to open up now is Rami Hamad.
Rami Hamad has the bit between his teeth a little bit there.
Kick to the body. Robinson just missed with a counter left, but beautiful hook to the body.
Props to Robinson. He is keeping his composure, taking some big shots, but he's staying in the game mentally 100%.
You can see when Rami Ahmed kicks that leg, like you can already see the swelling starting on the lower calf of John Robinson, and it's because Rami Ahmed kicks through the leg. That's not his stopping point.
Good footwork by Robinson. He's all of a sudden getting Rami, trying to back him up against the cage to maybe utilize the takedown. Nice left, almost shovel style uppercut there by Rami.
Oh, that's a beautiful uppercut coming in, but fair play to John Robinson. He must be hungry because he ate that shot.
That was a beautiful step off left hook there as well by Rami. Really starting to open up. Back to that calf kick. 3 minutes. Can Robinson do what not many have done? Let's see a second round. Good performance so far by Robinson. He's not getting caught in front of he's not a deer in the headlights here, standing in front of his devastating opponent, but good work. Closes the distance. This is what he wants, but Rami separates. Hamad now turns and has Robinson up against the cage and buries that shin across the calf once again of John Robinson.
Any more of those kinds of leg kicks, it's going to be inevitable that you see John Robinson switch stances because he can't absorb that amount of punishment.
The adrenaline is flowing, but it's that minute in the turn. The beautiful right hook! Caught him! It was the uppercut and right hook that followed. Robinson has got a great beard on him. He took that shot and took it well. Beautiful kick as well.
Rami Ahmed really seems to be finding his groove in the closing minute of this fight.
John Robinson pasted the power, looking for the flying knee, and he withstood the power next to the body as well. Good leg kick by Robinson. Robinson is pushing forward. He wants to show Hamad that he is in a fight, and he's not just going to turn up and back off when these big shots start landing.
Ahmed standing in the southpaw position. You can just see he has that left hand cocked, ready to go.
He's gone to the body a few times. I was just about to say, I'm expecting him to go high. He beat me to it. But good strong right hand up by Robinson. Slip, and Robinson will look to charge in. Try to take advantage and get it to the mat. Might be happy to pull guard here as well, Phil. Back to his feet straight away, and Rami Hamad again that left hook, but it was a nice body kick just before that. But John Robinson looking to throw a kick of his own.
You saw Rami Ahmed wanted absolutely no part of the ground there. He was doing great on the feet. He had no interest in going down, so he just backed off, happy as you like, beckoning his opponent up.
John Robinson, if he had a mission list, obviously number one would be, get a submission or knockout as quick as humanly possible. Yeah. But on that list would have been get out of the first round. Talk to us about the power involved in these, but he did get through that first round, so mission accomplished.
But now he needs to build on that. He needs to get the bit between his teeth, and I'd like to see him use strikes to get in, clinch, and take down. But the power that Rami Ahmed can generate, like I say, there's an eerie expectation when he uncorks a right hand, a left hand. Even those kicks that he was bearing into the calf and then upstairs were devastating.
Beautiful uppercut into left hook, followed by a right hook. But Rami, he does like the uppercut left hook combination. But Robinson, he took some good shots in that, but he's happy to walk through them. And what I like about it here is he keeps pushing forward. He keeps trying to walk Hamad down. He's not just backing off and looking for the takedown. He's happy to engage, to initiate that takedown.
John Robinson actually did have some success in this fight with his kicks. He just needs to do more of it.
His eye, and when I take a point, okay? Just be careful because
Mark Goddard just saying about his hand being open that he's given him a strong warning, and if it was to continue, he will take a point. I'm not too sure if the mics picked that up at home.
Folks of Brave Nation, there was a little change in the unified rules. you can no longer reach out with your fingertips towards an opponent. If you reach that lead hand out, the fingers have to be pointing down at the ground.
There's that leg kick you talked about, and that thing, you can see the welt straight away come up on Hamad's leg. That was a very successful leg kick by John Robinson.
I think that initial leg kick from John Robinson has caused a little bit of damage to Rami Hamad.
Yeah,
he looks a little bit laboured on it. The knee, there's a little bit of fragility in it. You can see when he moves forward.
Yeah, I agree there, Phil. And Hamad threw a leg kick back, but you can't see the welt just on the left thigh.
They're exchanging kicks, catching shin.
They look smiling and nod to each other. Hamad, he's more so throwing single shots here. He needs to start mixing up that beautiful right hand.
Caught him with that beautiful straight. I'd like to see him follow up. It's almost like you say, he's looking for that one-quitter hitter shot.
Yeah. Here we are, it's Robinson using that footwork, trying to get Rami up against the cage. Lands a nice right hand of his own there. John Robinson is really growing into this fight, and big body shot. Beautifully buried in to the right hand side and body of Robinson. But Robinson, he takes a shot, walks through them and pushing the action. And Hamad he's not really fought a fighter who just keeps coming forward to you.
John Robinson, big dangerous dude. He just needs to be more of himself.
That was a big left hand by Rami Hamad that shook Robinson to the core, but again, that beard is worn and Robinson just keeps coming forward.
Yeah, this man can take a licking and keep on taking. These shots would knock out lesser men, no problem.
Right in front of us here in the broadcast, and Robinson is in on a single, but good underhooks and ripping up by a turn. Beautiful work by Rami Hamad there. Digging for an undercut and an underhook.
Keep your hand out of the cage.
Gets the double underhooks. I think he's going to use it to try and separate rather than try and set up a takedown. There's that separation.
Coming up with 2 minutes left here in the second round, and Robinson is really he's constantly walking down his opponent, and Hamad, as I said, he's not really experienced that before, Phil, where somebody is constantly walking down. He normally leads the that. He's normally having a shower at this stage in a fight.
What I can speak to that John Robinson's doing really well is he's not getting baited into a firefight, nor is he baited into engaging in that kind of counter-striking that Rami Hamad does so well.
Interesting factor in this. I'm sure Hamad's coaches and team have looked at footage, but they're seeing John Jitsu, Robinson, everything. All right, he's got to try to take me down. He's going to try to submit me. That's not the case here, Keurig. He's going leg kick for leg kick here, and as you said, he's having great success, and we can see the marking up of Hamad.
These gentlemen are both delighted to stand and trade. A little bit of a low blow.
Stay over here. Stay over here. Take your time. Take a step back. Yeah, no problem. Tell him stop. Tell him stop. Quiet. Stop cornering. Stop. Not on the break, mate. Not on the break. You all right? Okay, good, good. Come in, my friend. Accidental, understand. Ready?
Accidental low
kick. Up to 5 minutes, but he chose not to take it. He is the warrior.
I was just concerned. I thought that was a potential point deduction because of the warning, but it was a low kick, so we continue here. Nice right hand by Robinson. He's really grown into this fight second by second and buries the shin as well into the thigh.
I definitely think there's a weakness in the front leg of Rami Hamad because you can see there's a little bit of fragility. It's moving ever so, it's oscillating a little bit, so he doesn't seem to be able to put his weight down on it properly.
That's a beautiful 1-2, and that left hand landed squarely on the chin of Hamad, and Robinson is starting to pick up the pace here in the second round.
There is a new story being told in front of us.
That's the beauty of mixed martial arts. You're looking at this thinking, yeah, Rami Hamad's coming in. We're going to see, as we say, don't blink, but it's John Robinson who was putting all the pressure on the Lebanese fighter. The Englishman is fighting in front of his country, and that's something that will drive a lot of fighters on. It's hard to beat a hometown fighter.
Potentially, we could be looking at a round apiece here, gentlemen.
Easily. Big shot, and it's Hamad is starting to turn it wrong. John Robinson putting the pressure on.
Time.
John Robinson putting on an exceptional performance in the second round. And for me, again, I said it's hard to score a fight when you're watching. For me, this is 1-1, Kerry.
Gentlemen, I do believe we're looking at a 1-1 fight. I think whoever wins the next round wins, or of course, somebody gets a stoppage in the next round.
Interestingly enough as well, Phil, just you had alluded to, ice packs have gone on both legs and feet of Rami Hamad.
Gentlemen, if we look at both corners right now, it's a tale of two fighters. Rami Ahmed's on the stool, his head is down. It doesn't look great, but John Robinson is standing up.
And it was a single shot to him and a beautiful right hand that landed just there. But Robinson wears them, and he's when you're having a nightmare and you're just running away from somebody and they just keep following you. You're hitting them with everything you've got and they're still standing in front of you. What does that do to your psyche when you're used to getting guys out there, but this guy just keeps coming forward?
John Robinson, perhaps the Michael Myers of mixed martial arts right there.
All to play for in the third round, and as you said, Phil, the two stools tell tales, and its momentum is with John Robinson coming in here.
Gentlemen, this fight is absolutely fascinating. John Robinson clearly has a bit between his teeth. He's clearly feeling confident, and he's taking the fight to John Robinson. But that's when Rami Ahmed is at his most dangerous.
Just how Robinson, two of them in fairness are putting their hands out to each other. You gotta be careful, but a big uppercut, a right hand by Rami. Mixing the combinations, goes inside leg kick, but John Robinson staying right in front of him.
John Robinson is playing with fire, but right now, it's working for him.
And all of a sudden, the bull has the matador chasing him. John Robinson, this momentum and just constantly coming forward. Hamad in this third round is opening up a bit more. Big kick there, but as he landed, it's like, yeah, no problem. I'm just going to keep coming at you, no problem.
You even see that when John Robinson is slipping the shots. He slips the shots and then takes a step forward.
This could be huge if Robinson gets a takedown against the cage here. Turek, this could be huge. It could turn the whole tide of this fight.
One takedown could easily decide this fight because it is close now.
Excellent work by Rami Hamad to avoid it though. Both fighters very slippy, and I definitely think that aided him to get that single leg out.
Yeah, you can tell with the effort that both these men have put in. They're covered in sweat. They're wetter than an oar's pocket, so that makes it so much handier just to break that grip.
As his opponent marches him down, standing in front of him, tries to use the jab to get some distance, but each time John Robinson closes. He's almost like a dog lead that keeps coming back to you. The dog can never run away. He's just right in front of you. Big
shots, yeah, from John Robinson right there.
John Robinson is putting and bringing the fight to Rami Hamad.
I'd like to see him land a couple of short elbows from this position, but this fight is really swinging for me, guys.
Good head position by Robinson. On the inside!
That was delicious!
Got the separation and just threw that left elbow. Beautiful! But Rodney Hamad, we've been complimenting John Robinson's chin. Hamad took that shot as well. Halfway through the third and final round, and it is John Robinson bringing the fight to Rami Hamad, pushing him up against the cage, putting all the pressure. The judges are seeing it. John Robinson work Hamad.
Rami Ahmed's never been in this position in a fight. This is the deepest water he's ever been in. He's never been to the judges in victory or defeat. So this is uncharted territory for him. Could fatigue perhaps be playing a little bit of a part right now?
It is deep waters, and at the moment John Robinson is wearing a scuba tank. And he is trying to drown Rami Hamad. An incredible game plan by Robinson put together here.
I would actually like to see John Robinson separate and throw strikes.
Yeah. Definitely.
Stay busy, guys. That's
You
what
look
it
at
means.
Hamad knows he potentially has one punch knockout power, but this exchange, this grappling is going to fill his arms with blood, and the shot may come a little slower. They may be seen more, and Robinson, the constant pressure,
You want out, get out.
has
Don't
really
leave.
paid off.
You want out, get out.
Beautiful, Mark Goddard, not taking any of it, saying if you want to get out, you do it. I'm not doing it for you.
Great head control by John Jitsu right there. He just got his head underneath the chin of
busy,
Rami
guys.
Ahmed, which
Let's
means
work
he
the
then
position. You
controls
wanna
the
stay
body.
there. Just stay
Good
busy.
knee up the middle from Rami Ahmed. There's the separation. What is going to happen in the closing stances? The final minute of this war of attrition between Rami Ahmed and John Robinson.
Man just bounced on his feet a little bit. Just both fighters standing, hands on hips, and yeah, let's do it. And he's waving at Rami Ahmed. Big body shot by Ahmed.
I think it's fair to say John Robinson's having fun in there.
40 seconds, Rami.
And on the single, can he elevate to the high crotch, switches to the double. He needs to get his hands connected below the backside of Rami Ahmed if he's to be successful with the double leg.
But yet again, the fight is taking place where John Robinson wants it. He has put the pressure on Rami. He's got him up against the cage, looking to get his hands fast. Good defensive work by Rami. But John Robinson could be moments away from the biggest victory of his career.
10 seconds to go. Will we see a firefight? Oh, he got caught with a hook. Well, what is this man's chin made of?
Fantastic fight. We sold this fight to as somebody is going out, and again I said, is this going to be a striker grappler? John Robinson fought that majority of that fight in the world of Rami Ahmed. Hamad is just saying to the doctor in the cage about his knee. Phil, you called this out early. The doctor came in to check, is he okay? He was on his hunkers and pointed directly to his knee. But talk to us about the performance of John Robinson. Here's some highlights of what he was doing here. Constant pressure, constantly putting Rami Ahmed on the back foot.
And that's something that we've never seen anyone do to Rami Ahmed before. John Robinson, it was maybe about a minute and a half into the second round. Here we're going to see that beautiful short elbow just careering into the side of the head of Rami Ahmed. But as I was saying there, we saw the shift in and around the 1 minute 30 mark of round 2. The pendulum began to shift. The momentum was with John Robinson going into that fight, and he fought brilliantly, coming in as a late replacement against somebody who was touted as a future title contender. Huge Cinderella story of mixed martial arts.
Credit has to go to Robinson. He's come in here short notice against the biggest name, the biggest prospect he's ever fought. Has he done enough? The judges look like they've tallied their score. I can see Carlos Kramer making his way back into the Brave cage. Are we going to have what potentially, Kirik, is an upset here tonight? We're about to find out. The roaring lion is in there. Let's send it up to Carlos Kramer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for these two warriors. What a fight! After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored about 29-28 for your winner by unanimous decision. Out of the red corner, the Russian Rami Ahmed!
Gas goes around the arena. Our 3 judges have seen it, 29-28, Rami Ahmed. You've got to think, Phil, it was round 1 and 2 that the judges may have scored for Hamad in this one.
Personally, I'm a little bit shocked. I believe that John Robinson won that fight. I believe it was the second round and the third round that won it for him, but a fantastic showing.
John Robinson just walking by us here at commentary, and I gotta agree with you on that, Phil. I'm surprised at a judge's call. For me, again, I'm not a judge. I'm calling the fight. I'm just watching, but what spoke volumes for me, Kurt, was the body language. John Robinson felt victorious before it was called out. He was celebrating. Well, Rami Ahmed, he wasn't celebrating. He seemed almost like the demeanor of a beaten man, but he did get the decision. What did you think, Kerrick, of the outcome?
I often criticize judges' decisions. This one was so close. If it had gone either way, I wouldn't have a single thing to say, and I think they probably did get it right.
Big performance for John Robinson. On short notice, it must be said as well. So I look forward to calling John Robinson's name and fights again. So they are the prelims, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an incredible early night, but there is plenty of action to come. Opening up our main card is going to be Aiden James taking on Cameron Els. Aiden James is one of the biggest prospects in the bantamweight division. People are talking about he's a contender. Stephen Loman, you have a new challenger. Are we going to see that here tonight? We're going to get, he's fighting a prospect killer in Cameron Els, who's making his Brave Combat Federation debut. You're talking about a former paratrooper. He's battle tested, and that's just outside of the cage. He does this as a hobby, dedicated his life to mixed martial arts, moving to Jackson Wink. We've got Keen Cowley, Magic Garzewski fighting as well. Their main event then sees Bubba Jenkins defend his title. It's still plenty of action to come here at Brave Combat Federation 24. Stay where you are, folks.
On the 25th of July 2019, Brave Combat Federation makes its promotional debut in the Copper Box Arena in London, England, and what is an exclusive invite-only mixed martial arts event, a first of its kind, with the aim to elevate the perception of the sport to the highest level.
This historic night, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Brave's return to the European scene is vital for the global promotion, with multiple European fighters on the roster. This allows the promotion to showcase the depth of the talent within Brave to a European audience.
This is going to be the most extravagant, exquisite, red carpet MMA event in the history of our sport.
Befitting of such a prestigious event, the main event sees the newly crowned featherweight champion, Bubba Jenkins, make his first title defense against the former Brave lightweight champion and deadly finisher, Lucas Martens.
Everybody who was going to the roster of Brave Combat Federation, they were always looking for when we'll have the fight between Bubba Jenkins and Lucas.
We're going to try and see the closest that you will get in the modern era of a striker versus grappler match.
Reputation, status, and bragging rights are all for the taking at Brave 24 London on the 25th of July. Tune in to witness what promises to be an all-out war.
To know more about each fighter, you must look back at where they've come from to appreciate where they now stand.
This is your road to Brave Combat Federation, London. They say the hardest part of the climb is to the summit, but to remain on top is just as difficult. This is a task set up before Bubba Jenkins in London on July 25th.
I sit at the top seat. The highest seat only holds one, so he can continue being the villain climbing the mountain after me. And I will continue to reign. I was built to reign. I don't train to reign. I was born for it. Some people look at the career as something that they're building and something that they're looking to do and not having much of a purpose. They're just, this is my passion, this is my love. But this is not just a career for me. This is my calling. I was called for this. I was built for this. Each one of my hands were made for this. My feet were made with the footwork of greatness. My path has been lit.
You have one of the most decorated grapplers ever to enter the sport of mixed martial arts in Bubba Jenkins, a two-time All-American, a 2008 NCAA runner-up at Penn State, a 2011 NCAA winner at Arizona State University. This man is perhaps the greatest pure wrestler to transition to the sport of mixed martial arts.
Let's get it.
Let's get it. Good. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. Let's go. Come on. Keep it up. Keep it up. You can keep it up. Let's go, kid. Let's go. Up. Good. Keep fighting. Let's go. Let's go. Really go. Good. Come on. Don't let the knees cave in. Drive out. Drive. Let's go. Fight against it all the way in. Breathe. Rest. Good. There you go. Good. That's the thing. Even if the muscles are.
Hey, look here, guys. Hey, Dream, come here. Say hi. You. Watch it.
So many ugly ways.
Yeah, you feel that knot at the top? Nice.
So that we can stay the same.
Alright, go for it. That was it. That quick. Hey, listen. That quick. You can get put in timeout. You understand? So in this room, when I say stop, you can get put in timeout. Just that quick of plan.
Yeah, stop. You always gotta demand more of yourself. You gotta demand more of yourself. Some of y'all, when y'all getting away with being mediocre. Because you're successful, you think being mediocre is acceptable. That's not what's required of you. What's required of you is all your talents. Why do you think he gave you talents? So you can be mediocre with them and be successful with what everyone else is thinking their race is. You're winning a race that you should have no business even competing in. And you're thinking that you're doing a good job because you're beating guys that shouldn't even compete with you.
You knew that Bubba is a guy who's coming with an unbelievable, amazing background from a wrestling background. His let's say his resume for wrestling is second to none.
There you go. Come on. Come on. Push.
I want to get better for me, but it's going to make the people around me better. If I'm a better striker, even though I'm a wrestler, national champ wrestler, if I'm a better striker, that's going to make you strikers have to get better. Because if you see me as a wrestler and start to beat you at your craft, you're going to go home and question yourself. You're going to be hitting the mitts, questioning yourself. Damn, why is this wrestler chomping on my bits at my craft? That's what I want to do. I'm selfishly getting better for me, but it's going to make you better.
Don't move too much, because every time you move, I'm trying to hit that spot that bothers you, but if you move, the trap's going to push it out. I mean, sorry, the scab. I use it always.
It's bigger than just a fight. For my word teaches, I don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but principalities. Things trying to stop my destiny. Things trying to stop my calling. Short time, the Smile King's reign is over.
When Jenkins won his bout and his title crowning night in Abu Dhabi at Brave Combat Federation 16, you seen what it meant to the man. He dropped to his knees as he was crowned, as Carlos Kramer was roaring and knew. Bubba Jenkins dropped to his knees. Kurt got in to give an interview, and you could not be nothing but humbled and inspired at the same time.
The world! I'm here to ask you questions, but you speak better than anybody in combat sports. I'm going to hand you the mic and let you speak directly to Brave Nation.
It's very few times that I'm speechless. This is for someone in the crowd, someone on TV, someone online, who feels like their dream has been canceled. It's been 363 days since I fought. Just because it is delayed, your dreams, your hopes, just because it's delayed does not mean it's canceled.
He's out there, became a Brave champion, competed in Brave, and took out one of the top talents of Brave Combat Federation, and he made sure that this is his home and he's going to be there as a champion.
Not only is he a fantastic wrestler, but he has also supplemented that now with a fantastic striking game honed at Black House MMA.
He's not just a grappler. You can see this in his previous fights. He wins fights both on the feet but with vicious ground and pound. But on that night in Abu Dhabi, Bubba put on an incredible display against the former champion Elias. Elias for 25 minutes hunted for that submission. You could even argue that Bubba was on one leg coming into the 5th round, but he showed that champion's mentality. He used that incredible athlete and wrestling that he has to allow him get to that championship and get that call as new. A permanent target was placed on his back by every featherweight in title contention. On that fateful night, he scaled the championship mountain and planted his flag squarely at the summit, a clear signal of intent to all those would-be challengers to his new crown. You could see what this crowning moment meant to Bubba. It was clear the American wanted to savor every moment of this victory, and defining moment of his young career. What was more evident in the cage interview was the bad man knew he had a long line of hungry contenders waiting to challenge and rob him of this moment in the future.
I'm different than these other champions. Some of them were given their position. Some of them are talked their way into this position. But somebody tried to bury me, didn't know that they were planting a seed. And now that I've grown into a tree that overlooks its greatness and destiny, the fruit that I bear is different and rare. I'm not like them. Soon he will know. I am not his previous foes. People saying they can beat me, they don't understand. This is divine intervention.
Jenkins was eager to step back under the brave lights to make his first title defense, but Bubba had to be patient. However, the champion does not have to wait much longer, as a new challenger has emerged.
If he has to fight someone as a champion or not as a champion, we'd be expecting him to fight the most experienced featherweight out there. You need an experience to beat a guy with experience, and that's the biggest challenge I think Bubba as a champion will be facing, is to fight a person, an opponent or a challenger who has the experience in fighting that Bubba has. And when you think about a name from the featherweight division from around the world, the one name that can really come from the roster of Brave Combat Federation is Lucas Monero.
Eu já estou acostumado a fazer main events, grandes eventos no Brave, com toda a torcida ao meu lado, fora do país, fora do meu país.
A challenger who has tasted the same moment of glory, but at 155 pounds. The former Brave Combat Federation lightweight world champion, Lucas Martens.
Nobody denies the experience Lucas Monero has. He's been looking forward to moving up a weight class for a very long time. But to make a decision to stay at 66 at the weight class he's always been the best at, and to make sure that he's going to prove that he can be at the best weight he's going to be fighting at. He's going to be strong and powerful.
The former champion makes the descent to 145 to attempt to do what has never been done before in Brave history, to become the only man to have held 2 titles in 2 different weight classes, transcending the rarefied era of champion to that of a bona fide legend.
Então beleza, a nossa preocupação não é nem o Bubba agora, a nossa preocupação é o Lucas. A gente tentou deixar o Lucas o mais rápido possível, trabalhar força, porém não sendo lento. Então a prioridade é manter ele alto, manter ele em pé e manter a trocação sempre ativa. Então beleza, ele mesmo baixando o peso, eu estou sentindo que ele está conseguindo manter a força, subindo carga. Isso eu creio muito que vem da força de vontade dele e a determinação aí e o foco para essa luta.
But when you look at the skill set of Lucas Martens, it's perhaps
the most difficult threat that we've seen Bubba Jenkins face in his mixed martial arts career. A 20-4 professional with 17 finishes, 12 by way of KO, 5 by way of submission, 8 first-round finishes. This man is one of the most aggressive Muay Thai practitioners, one of the most aggressive strikers in Brave Combat Federation and in mixed martial arts.
Eu acho que o wrestling do Bubba é bom, mas não é totalmente imbatível, né? Acho que o jogo do Lucas está muito correto, está certinho, está encaixado. E é isso, ele vai botar para baixo, vai defender as quedas. No strike ele é profissional.
Martin's begun his MMA career with 11 wins within a 14-month time frame. The Brazilian has competed at bantamweight, featherweight and lightweight throughout his career, but feels at his best at featherweight. A fighter who remains calm in the storm of battle. Martin stalks his prey, utilising subtle footwork to close the distance and trap his opponents. Once the former champion identifies his openings, he will unleash multiple combinations in order to open the doors to a fight-ending sequence, finishing or stunning his opponent to open up submissions. As we've seen at Brave Combat Federation 3 against Fabian Galvan, where Martens hurt Galvan on the feet, took hold of his neck, made some adjustments to finish the Mexican via dash choke in the second round.
Eu acho que o Lucas, em questão de trocação, sem sombra de dúvida, ele pode nocautear o Bubba em qualquer instante da luta. Em questão do Bubba querer agarrar ele, a gente já vem treinando muito isso. Então ele corre risco de ser finalizado e vai ser neutralizado todas as quedas do Bubba. Ele pode ter certeza que a luta vai acabar rápido.
Cara, essa água aqui já tá... Eita, cara.
An incredibly dangerous threat to the champion, who has 17 finishes on his resume. Martens only lost his lightweight title due to an injury sustained in his title defence. The opportunity for redemption is upon the Brazilian phenom.
E eu venho de muitas lutas de 5 rounds, eu venho treinando bastante para isso. Eu acho que esse evento vai ser o maior evento do Brave. Eu fico muito honrado e muito grato de fazer parte disso, de fazer o main event desse evento. Eu acho que a pressão sempre vai ter a pressão da luta. Eu quero dar um grande show para o público que estará lá em Londres.
It's absolute mind game this fight is going to be about.
This fight, it could be 25 minutes of an absolute war. It could be over within the first round. It could be Bubba Jenkins putting on another dominant wrestling masterclass. But he has got his hands full, as I said, with the vicious, the ferocious, the incredible Lucas Martens. This is a fight worthy of such a prestigious event as Brave Combat Federation 24. I cannot wait just to see the opening exchange. Who can implement their game plan? Will it be the calmness of Martens, staying in his range, light on that front foot, Muay Thai style, lighting up the lead leg of Bubba Jenkins? Or can Bubba Jenkins, as he likes to do, control the tempo of this fight, push Martens onto the back foot, get him up against the cage, grind on him, diminish that gas tank, high crotch takedowns, big double leg takedowns. When he picks you up, the slam is a coming. Welcome to Slam Town, and your mayor is Bubba Jenkins.
Can Bubba Jenkins take the fight where he wants on the ground and land that devastating ground and pound? Or can Lucas Martens add another finish to his already impressive 20-4 record?
If he didn't do what he was supposed to do, he doesn't make it out of round 2. But if he comes for war, wanting more, he counts the lights and snores in 4.
This is a fight for the ages, and as I said, this is a fight worthy of Brave Combat Federation 24.
there's no question that this is going to be an exciting fight. This is going to be a treat to all the fight fans that enjoy fighting, that practice mixed martial art. They're going to see one of the most technical fights, a fight that's going to be literally a chess game. And when it's for the world title, it's just going to make it twice as interesting.
People watch movies and they look for the hero and they look for the villain, not understanding that some of these heroes were placed in their position just by straight up destiny, and some of these villains chose to be that. This villain chose to come after me, knowing that I am the hero of my division.
Just like a movie, just like a storybook, we are the future, we're the ones they won't overlook. We'll take it all the way and live another
Brave Combat Federation is one of, if not the fastest growing mixed martial arts promotion. A truly global MMA promotion with the fighters at the forefront.
It's time to be the hero.
On the 25th of July in Copper Box Arena, London, an exclusive night of mixed martial arts with 8 high caliber bouts in store with some of the best fighters and talent on the planet. Welcome to the Brave Nation.
It's time to be the hero. Rising like you've never seen. Just like in a dream.
Jenkins' vision, determination, inspired a generation. It gave a new dream for the youth of his homeland. It created a groundbreaking revolution in the sports. When a vision is strongest, nothing can stop its far-reaching impact. And the vision was 3 powerful letters: KHK. And today, his vision is far-reaching. The valor and pride of his homeland is far-reaching. Today, his vision is defining the future of a new generation. A generation of heroes and of gladiators. Today is the day of hope for the hopeless. The day KHK will inspire the souls to fight back, irrespective of what they are and who they are. Many will emerge as heroes. This will be a new era of true heroes and gladiators. When he stood in the front and led them, they called him the Prince of Gladiators and Heroes.
Who is Bubba Jenkins? What makes him a real champion? Jesse Denick Ivory Jenkins III was born in Stuttgart, Germany, into an American military family. As a kid, he moved around with his family, but his hunger for victory remained the same. Victories and accolades started piling up in wrestling. And as he moved to mixed martial arts, he has gone through a long road to the World Championship. Now he needs to defend everything he has earned. As we go into London for the first time, Bubba, I'm a bad man, Jenkins is in defense mode. As an American who has lived abroad for portions of his life, Bubba Jenkins has always felt the need to be an international citizen. With Brave Combat Federation, he has fulfilled this desire, as he has won his title in Abu Dhabi and will now defend it at London. Before that, however, Jenkins made his mark in the United States. He was a wrestling phenomenon, turned into an MMA star. After fighting in major American MMA promotions, he decided he has always been destined to be an international fighter. Now he faces the biggest challenge of his fighting career, taking on the veteran and top striker Lucas Martens. London is ready to witness greatness in the making, as two of the top featherweights in the world will collide in front of the most exclusive crowd. This is BRAVECF 24 London. Who is Lucas Monero Martens? Veteran, leader, champion, the former lightweight title holder looks to make history at Brave 24 London. Should he beat reigning featherweight champion Bubba Jenkins, Lucas will become the first Brave CF fighter to have been champion in 2 different weight classes. Can he do it? Born in Minas Gerais, Brazil, Lucas Martens has been a fast riser in the MMA world. After honing his stand-up skills for a few years, he soon developed into one of the biggest prospects in Brazil, one of the stars of Brazilian MMA. He made his Brave CF debut in 2017, beating Fabian Galvin in the main event of Brave's first ever event outside of Bahrain. He then had problems making weight for a title fight at featherweight. He moved up to lightweight. In the new weight class, he became an interim champion by beating his good friend, Juan Santiago. After losing his title in dramatic fashion, Martens decided to move back down to his original weight class. He's in search of a place in the history books. Will he write himself into the history of Brave Combat Federation? This is Brave CF 24 London.
In our co-main event of Brave Combat Federation 24 live from London, you have Kane, the Warrior Kylie, taking on Magic, the Magic Man Gierzuski.
I just carried on from my last fight in March to this one, and I just kept the ball rolling. I haven't taken my foot off the gas.
There's actually nothing changed in this camp. You know, I am a kind of fighter who stays always ready.
Both of these fighters are considered devastating strikers, but for very, very different reasons.
Cian Kylie is perhaps the greatest Irish striker to have transitioned to the sport of mixed martial art.
But the interesting part now is, this is Cian Kylie coming off his first loss under his Brave contract.
Yeah, well, the last fight was a huge learning curve for me. In a way, I'm kind of glad it happened because it gave me a real an eye-opener.
He ticks the box of elite strength.
Brave Combat Federation 24 live from London, you have Kane, the Warrior Kylie, taking on Magic, the Magic Man Gierzuski.
I just carried on from my last fight in March to this one, and I just kept the ball rolling. I haven't taken my foot off the gas.
There's actually nothing changed in this camp. You know, I am a kind of fighter who stays always ready.
Both of these fighters are considered devastating strikers, but for very, very different reasons.
Cian Kylie is perhaps the greatest Irish striker to have transitioned to the sport of mixed martial art.
But the interesting part now is, this is Cian Kylie coming off his first loss under his Brave contract.
Yeah, well, the last fight was a huge learning curve for me. In a way, I'm kind of glad it happened because it gave me a real an eye-opener.
He ticks the box of elite striker. I don't think there's anybody on the Brave roster that can hit leg kicks and clinch up like Cian Kylie.
He's a very, very experienced Muay Thai and K1 fighter. But also everybody knows me as a striker. I'm not scary, but I have to come in with the respect.
Cian Kylie is a dangerous man. He wants to get back in the Mill Combat and start that push for Brave gold. This man, if you've not seen him, making his Brave debut, he carries with him Mike Tyson-like power.
He's sloppy but dangerous. I'm not underestimating him at all. I know he has power in both hands, and he's aggressive when it comes to fight, but there's plenty of flaws in his game.
What's intriguing about this, as I said, two strikers, very different ways.
Top secrets. Hopefully first round as usual. That's my old fights, don't I? So I had 100% of the TKO's finishes. So, finish Cian, sign the contract with Brave.
Be careful when you're coming in, swinging, looking to take my head off, because people get put asleep when they try to do that to me, so be wary of that, mate.
It's a big, important night for Cian Kylie. He needs the victory. Gierzuski, he wants to steal that Kylie name, that Kylie thunder, and it will be an incredible matchup and win for Gierzuski if he's get this.
This fight will be an absolute war, and I, for one, cannot wait to see how it goes down.
Who's going to win? Flip a coin.
My name is Bubba Jenkins. I'm destined. I have a purpose. The plan has been written.
Fala galera, eu sou o Lucas Mineiro e estou focado e empolgado para trazer esse cinturão aqui para a academia.
Bubba Jenkins, this is a top flight wrestler. He is not just a wrestler, he's an ornery combat sportsman.
You have the prototypical Brazilian fighter, devastating on the feet, dangerous on the ground.
A fantastic fight between two of the best featherweights in the world. It's gonna be fast.
And that's it! Lucas Bolt does it! In case you were wondering, this guy's the real deal. Oh, and he's gonna tap him right here. He did it! Incredible win! Creative fashion.
Anybody on the Brave roster.
Welcome back to Brave Combat Federation. It is great to be with you. We are coming to you live from the capital here in London for a seminal evening of mixed martial arts. My broadcast partners, Keurig Janess, Noel O'Keefe, and Phil Campbell. I'm Chris Hoekstra. What a night so far it has been, gentlemen. Keurig Janess, I'm going to stick it to you first. Mohammed Shahid said this evening was not about putting on events. It was about growing the sport of mixed martial arts. We've seen some amazing talent there in the prelims, some well-matched fights. Your thoughts so far, my man?
The first thing I want to bring up is that everything Brave Combat Federation touches is for the greater good. We just got done with an auction that raised thousands and thousands of pounds for injured warriors. It's a huge honor to be a part of this.
Noel, it's always thrilling on the broadcast table. You've had the privilege of calling the play-by-play here tonight. What's it been like? You guys seem really excited. There's been some amazing moments. What sticks out for you so far in those first 4 fights?
At the start of the show, I questioned what the atmosphere was going to be like in here, how the fighters would cope with that, and I think the fighters have coped brilliantly. I think so far we've had 4 incredible matchups, controversial decisions, close matchups, incredible skills being showcased, and this really is hammering home what Brave does. The fighters are at the forefront. The crowd here, the VIP crowd here, are loving it. They're lapping it up. This is an incredible night of action so far, and we've only had the prelims.
So Phil Campbell, you love to talk technical. There's been some great exchanges on the ground, on the feet, and the clinch. Some memorable moments for sure for you tonight on the comms.
Well, let's look at the very first fight we had. We had Hussein Ayed with a textbook triangle choke. He had to make adjustments, but what was really impressive was how he got to that point in the first place. He had the mount. He gave his opponent just enough space to make a mistake. He went from the S mount, set up the triangle from the mounted position, and finished it beautifully with his second triangle choke in a row.
Now, coming up next year, we've got 3 fights on the main card, the first of which Cameron Ellis will be taking on Aiden James. Cameron has derailed the hype train of Paddy Pimblett. He took out Dylan Tuke in spectacular fashion, but Aiden James, 4-0, an uber prospect. What do you think is going to happen?
Aiden James is without question the hottest prospect in mixed martial arts right now. He's 4-0 as a professional. Every win has come by way of finish. He has 3 KOs and 1 submission. His last fight against Jalal Al-Da'aja in Jordan, he caught Jalal with a picture-perfect hook that separated him completely from his senses. But Cameron Ellis is something else. As you said, he derails hype trains for fun. He's training at Jackson Wink, training with Cowboy Cerrone, a hell of a match in prospect.
Co-main event action, Noel O'Keefe will see King Khaled take on Maciej Grzeszewski. What happens in that one?
These 2 fighters are elite strikers, but for very different reasons. King Khaled is a Muay Thai stylist fighter, but he's evolved as a mixed martial artist. He went to SBG in 2015 after capturing the Cage Kings Muay Thai title. Cage Kings is Muay Thai with MMA gloves. That's where the light shone for King Khaled. He's a specialist in Muay Thai, but he is fighting a light switch, light off, heavy hitter in Maciej Grzeszewski. This fight is going to be incredible. Have you got a coin? Flip it, because that's who's going to win.
In the main event, featherweight world title on the line. Lucas Martens coming down to 145. Bubba Jenkins, newly minted champ, will defend for the first time. Keurig, very briefly, how does this one match up?
This isn't just a fight between styles. This is a fight between nations. The 2 great combat traditions coming out of the United States are wrestling and boxing. For Brazil, you're looking at Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai, and you're going to see a picture-perfect, world-class contest, not just between athletes, but between nations.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be an amazing evening. We've got 3 spectacular fights for Chris Hoekstra, Keurig Jeunesse, Noel O'Keefe, and Phil Campbell. Thank you so much for tuning in, Brave Nation. Coming up, it's our first fight on the main card where Cameron Camcheetah Else will take off Aiden James from Wales. Coming up next.
Every fight has got some kind of pressure, but it's all the same. Each fight is just another fight, and I work as hard as I possibly can. Every fight I put all the work in. I do not cut corners. I do everything I possibly can correct. I monitor my nutrition, my sleep. I don't waste time partying or doing other things. I just train and I look to get better every day. I don't really even do fight camps. I just train all year round. When I get given a fight and I get given a name, I treat them with the utmost respect. I train absolutely as if this is the toughest person that I'll ever fight in my life. The show doesn't really matter. Once we're in the cage and it's locked and we start going, I could be anywhere. I could be in a back garden somewhere. I could be in Las Vegas or London. It doesn't matter to me. Once I'm fighting, and the only thing I think about is my opponent.
Welcome back to Brave Combat Federation 24 in London, England. The prelims have come and gone. It's time for the main card. We are opening up, and there's no secret here. Aiden James, he's trying to dampen the talk of title contender. Tonight he is fighting Cameron Else, a former paratrooper, a veteran of mixed martial arts. He is a prospect killer. This is opening the main card. What an incredible matchup, Phil. And if Aiden James wins tonight, surely put petrol on the fire of the contender talk.
If Aiden James comes in and wins this fight, he puts himself in an undeniable, unquestionable position as the #1 contender for Stefan Lohman's crown. But he's not going to get it. I've just said there, he's not going to get it easy against Cameron Else. Cameron Else is battle-hardened, battle-tested. All his wins have come in the very first round in devastating fashion. We saw what he did to Paddy Pimblett. We saw what he done to Dylan Took. Devastating submissions, devastating on the feet. Hell of a fight.
Let's not wait any longer. Let's make this the hottest day ever in London for mixed martial arts, not just along the weather. And let's get the roaring line roaring once more, sending it up to Carlos Kramer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the main card for Brave Combat Federation 24 starts now. An incredible break. I want to give each and every one of you a huge round of applause and appreciation. You are the world's greatest influencers, the world's elite personalities, and we are honored at Brave Combat Federation to have you here. Please give yourselves a round of applause. We're going to bring out the next warrior into our Brave Combat Federation 24 London cage. Please welcome, from Albuquerque, New Mexico, Jackson Wink MMA Academy and BMF Ranch. Fighting out of England, please welcome Cameron Camcheetah Else.
The former paratrooper making his debut tonight. You want to prospect the rail? Sign up Cameron Else.
Yeah, this guy, his finish record is unbelievable. 7 wins in professional mixed martial arts. 4 by way of KO, 3 by way of sub. He has never in his professional winning career gone beyond the first round. A
very, very dangerous fighter, Keurig. As we said, he's on the purple patch of his career. 3 straight wins, and this, I think, is a barometer for where does Aiden James stand.
Mixed martial arts is a sport in which anything can happen. The greatest person can lose to somebody who's not in the top 500 in the world, and that's why the streak that he is on is so extraordinary all the way through his pro career and going long back into his amateur career. The one thing that doesn't happen in mixed martial arts is this man being beat.
You talk about somebody sacrificing what they have. That is Cameron Ells. He has moved his camp over to Jackson Wing in Albuquerque, training with Donald Cowboy Cerrone in the ranch, moving away from family, fighting at home here in London with his little daughter around him. What is that going to mean for Cameron?
The type of fighter that Cameron Ells is, that's going to be a huge motivating factor. He lives and breathes mixed martial arts. He lives and breathes combat professionally. Whether it was his time in the Paris, whether it was his time now in the cage, a born fighter, no location.
Let's send it back up to Carlos Kramer to get his opponent, Aiden James, in the cage.
All right, Brave Nation, let's welcome his opponent into the cage. From Chris Reeves Academy in Swansea, Wales, give it up for Aiden James.
This is what it is, okay? I said empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow, or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
Above another city he's looking to burn down. Aiden James making his way to the Brave cage. 4-fight winning streak. And Phil, you can throw the bouquets all you like at Aiden James, but let's throw some more at him. How impressed are you by this young Welsh fighter?
One thing you need to take into consideration when we're talking about Aiden James is he has only been a professional mixed martial artist for 16 months and is already front and center in one of the biggest shows in the history of mixed martial arts. He's a devastating striker on the feet, but not only can he knock you out clean, he can also tap you at will. Both these men are Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belts. There's a misconception that they're both just sluggers. No, these are refined mixed martial artists. I cannot wait to see what Aiden James brings into this fight in the highest profile contest of his young career.
Aiden James, as a young fighter, couldn't get fights, Keurig. He trained and sparred with his mother. He just could not get fights anywhere he could. He comes from a mixed martial arts background. His whole family are fighters. This is a guy who contacted Brave through social media for Brave Belfast 13. He got on that card. He beat Tommy Martin. What did he do next? He beat Franz Malambo. He goes into enemy territory in Jordan, wins by knockout. He's in London, another hometown fighter. Aiden James is in the cage. Let's get this one underway with Carlos Kramer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your 5th fight of the night is 3 5-minute rounds in the bantamweight division. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 7 wins and 4 losses. He stands 173 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 61.4 kilograms. Representing Albuquerque, New Mexico, Jackson Wing MMA Academy and BMF Ranch, fighting out of England. Give it up for Cameron Ells. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a perfect professional record of 4 wins and no losses. He stands 180 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 61.6 kilograms. Representing Chris Reeves Academy and fighting out of Swansea, Wales. Give it up for Aiden James. Your referee, the one and only Mark Goddard.
Your third man to separate the fighters is Mark Goddard. This is an incredible matchup. Brave Combat Federation 24 here in London. We're about to get underway. Cameron Els is in the white and red, and Aiden James is in the all black. Expect a fast start. That's always the way with Els.
Both men just trying to get the mark of one another right now, measuring a little bit of distance, but as I say, Cameron Els always has a big overhand, throws it.
Goes to throw early, but that standing in front, that shows respect for both men's fight-ending ability. That was more caught on the crown of the head by Els, and Els trying to sit down on his shots. He's indicating that straight away.
I like what Aiden James is doing. He's throwing feints here to try and get the reaction from Els, to open up and see what kind of gaps are presented when he throws those fakes and feints.
Peppering out that calf kick just as a distance. May use it to set something up down the line. Four-fight win streak! Four-fight knockout streak! Cameron Els said he was going to make a statement, and he told every piece of thunder from Aiden James, welcome to Brave Combat. My God, Cameron Els!
Cameron Els, if you do not change your nickname to the Prospect Killer, I will no longer be your friend. That was absolutely stunning. He said he was going to do it. He said he was going to go in and derail the hype train. And what did he do? He went in and completely separated Aiden James from his senses.
What a finish. Cameron Els, he promised to deliver, and he has delivered. You can see it here. The respect being shown here with Cameron Els and Aiden James. Aiden James knew he was coming in. That's why they were cautious in how they exchanged. They both respect the power, and just looking at the nose there.
Oh, we need to see that again, Nolan Keith. That was absolutely beautiful.
Here is Bill Campbell. Cameron, who was just sitting, happy waiting, Aiden, stuck down at that overhand right. Aiden James tried to survive, went to try and pull guard, but Els, look at Bill, talk me through this.
He just dropped his level, pinged the overhand, followed it up with some nasty ground and pound. What?
59 seconds.
Does this mean that now Cameron Els has stolen Aiden James' momentum? Has he placed himself front and centre as the new preeminent force in the bantamweight division?
Yeah, you can't argue with it. You can't argue with it. When you look at this, like Aiden James has been taking names. Aiden, he tries to survive, but just as Els got off the center line and landed that right hand, incredible crack. These are bantamweights, and Cameron Els, we've seen him do it before in other promotions. He just plugged out the lights here once again. Incredible performance, Cameron Els.
Cameron Els trains regularly with the likes of Diego Brandao, with the likes of Carlos Condit. You need to know your P's and Q's when you're around those savages. But he dipped ahead and just threw it like a home run pitch in baseball. Connected beautifully.
What a way to make your promotional debut. You're fighting one of the hottest prospects on the Brave roster. You know everybody's talking about him in title contention, and he's just confident, relaxed, and he's just stunning right hand. Aiden James, he's up and he's alert, and he's just been brought out of the cage. We hope he's okay. He will be back. Such a young fighter. Yeah. But Cameron Els, take a bow. Enjoy this moment. Carlos Kramer, make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you absolutely kidding me? What an incredible start to our main card. This fight comes to an end at 59 seconds of the very first round. Your winner by knockout, Cameron Cheetah Els.
Cameron, I've been speaking to people all week that don't necessarily have a deep familiarity with mixed martial arts, and I told them tonight, I guaranteed them tonight, something would happen that would blow their minds, and you just did it. You are the contender killer in Brave Combat Federation. What do you want to do next?
I'm not surprised, motherfuckers. Nate Diaz. Now, honestly, listen, now do you see me? There's enough people in this building, and I honestly believe that there's a reason why I'm here tonight. I've knocked out prospect after prospect on other scenes, and I've fucked up their whole business plan. Guess what? I've just done it again, but the difference is you people tonight in this crowd make the difference. Get on your phones, put me out there. They can't hide me no more. Give me what I deserve. I step up every time. I never say no, and I always get the job done. Come on, is that the first knockout tonight? Where's my bonus hat, baby?
Ladies and gentlemen, Cameron L.
You can't argue with the words there, Phil Campbell. It's stunning knockout. Let's look at it once again. Gets off center line, and that's knocking light heavyweights out.
That's terrifying. The kind of power that Cameron Else can generate as a bantamweight. No, scrap that. The kind of power he can generate as a human being. It's borderline unfathomable.
And again, as he done it, he knew, making the signals for the belt on top, and he may have stole all that momentum. Stunning performance, and welcome to Brave Combat Federation. Yusuf, the champion might be rattling watching that one.
In our co-main event of Brave Combat Federation 24, live from London, you have Kane, the Warrior Khaled, taking on Magic, the Magic Man Gierzuski.
I just carried on from my last fight in March to this one, and I just kept the ball rolling. I haven't taken my foot off the gas.
There's actually nothing changed in this camp. You know, I am a kind of fighter who stays always ready.
Both of these fighters are considered devastating strikers, but for very, very different reasons.
Kane Khaled is perhaps the greatest Irish striker to have transitioned to the sport of mixed martial art.
But the interesting part now is, this is Kane Khaled coming off his first loss under his Brave contract.
Yeah, well, the last fight was a huge learning curve for me. In a way, I'm kind of glad it happened, because it gave me a real an eye-opener.
He ticks the box of elite striker. I don't think there's anybody on the Brave roster that can hit leg kicks and clinch work like Kane Khaled.
He's a very, very experienced Muay Thai and K1 fighter, but also everybody knows me as a striker. I'm not scary, but I have to come in with the respect.
Kane Khaled is a dangerous man. He wants to get back in real combat and start that push for Brave gold. This man, if you've not seen him, making his Brave debut, he carries with him Mike Tyson-like power.
He's sloppy but dangerous. I'm not underestimating him at all. I know he has power in both hands, and he's aggressive when it comes to fight, but there's plenty of flaws in his game.
What's intriguing about this, as I said, two strikers, very different ways.
Top secrets. Hopefully first round as usual. That's my old fights all night. So I have 100% of the TKO's finishes. So, finish Kian, sign the contract with Brave.
Be careful when you're coming in, swinging, looking to take your head off, because people get put asleep in the trigger after me, so be wary of that, mate.
It's a big, important night for Kane Khaled. He needs the victory. Gierzuski, he wants to steal that Khaled name, that Khaled thunder, and it will be an incredible matchup and win for Gierzuski if he's get this.
This fight will be an absolute war, and I, for one, cannot wait to see how it goes down.
Who's going to win? Flip a coin.
Ladies and gentlemen, the co-main event is coming up, and if you were excited by that striking knockout by Cameron Else, we have two elite strikers coming up, Kane Khaled, Magic Gierzuski. This is going to be another incredible and worthy co-main event of such a prestigious event and evening tonight at Brave Combat Federation 24. And let's get it up to Carlos Kramer, and let's get this co-main event underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brave 24 London co-main event of the evening starts now. Let's bring our first warrior into the Brave London cage. Representing IFS Belfast, Northern Ireland, And fighting out of Poland, give it up for Magic Man Gawzuski!
Be making his way to the Brave cage, and I think it's only fair. We said this at the start, Phil. Teammate of yours, so take it away. Talk to me a little bit about the Magic Man.
Listen, the Magic Man is going to try and pull a rabbit out of the hat tonight. He's perhaps one of the best strikers in MMA when it comes to terms of brutality. He has a 5-4 record, which on the face of it may not look impressive to some people, but all of those 5 wins have come by KO. His 4 losses have come by way of submission. Kane Khaled is not a submission specialist. I don't think he's going to need to worry about the grappling realm. But Magic Gawzuski, when he hits you, you stay hit. We've seen it. We've called his fight from the amateurs all the way up to pros. He has one-punch knockout power. And since moving to IFS Belfast, he's refined his game. He has developed a much more intelligent approach. This is so much more than the gimme fight that people are predicting.
What I love about this matchup as well is, as I said earlier on, they're both vastly different strikers, but yet striking is their strong point. So, Kieran, what are you expecting the Magic Man to do this evening yourself?
I expect the Magic Man to get in King Khaled's face and keep it right there. When I say get in his face, I mean literally within at most 2-3 inches away. Doesn't want to fight the man at distance. He's very, very durable. I think he will sustain some damage on the inside, but the hellaciously huge shots that he can throw could win it for him if he can stay on the inside, nose to nose.
And let's meet his opponent. Welcome into the cage from Dublin, Ireland, SBG Ireland, and Warriors Gym. Give it up for the Warrior, Kane Cowley.
Get it? Text a message, I don't know the number. Flexing on these niggas, every bone and muscle. Steady taking shots and never hurting them. Even me, y'all don't worry nothing. And I like to get the shout out to my niggas with the same plan. And shout out to my niggas with escape plans. Funny van, rain van.
Taking the walk down to the Brave cage, and I think it's fair comment to say this is probably one of the best specialist strikers from the Republic of Ireland who has moved into the world of mixed martial arts. You're talking about an incredibly decorated Muay Thai and K1 fighter with over 50 pro Muay Thai fights. Never mind the amateur scene. He is a champion in most, in every competition he's entered as a Muay Thai fighter. He has a belt somewhere. He's a champion in cage Thai with MMA gloves. He is a phenom in his striking workflow.
Yeah, this young man has more belts than any fashion boutique that you've walked into. He is a fantastic striker, perhaps one of the greatest proponents of the leg kick in martial arts. He drops people with his leg kicks. We saw that against Hardy Bride. He landed leg kick after leg kick, dropping Hardy Bride, finishing up with strikes. But he's becoming a much more well-rounded mixed martial artist. We've seen that in his fights when he gets into the clinch. It's not just a Muay Thai clinch anymore for Kane Khaled. It's a mixed martial arts clinch.
And that, Kieran, is something we find about Magic getting on the inside. You only have to look at Kane Khaled's Muay Thai fights to see the damage that he causes on the inside. He's used to being in the clinch, using elbows, Muay Thai plums, knees, and we've seen that against Daniel Olin, Shaikh in Belfast.
As dangerous as he is on the inside, Magic Man is even more dangerous. I don't think that's where he wants to spend the majority of time. May not want to spend even a second there. I expect to see him on the outside.
Here is your tail of the tape, and you can see the both fighters are down at the same height, but in weight weigh-ins yesterday, it looked like Keane was a much longer and taller fighter, but this is going to be an incredible matchup. We need an incredible announcer. Oh, we've got one. Let's pass it up to Carlos Kramer.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't blink for our Brave Combat Federation co-main event of the evening. 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Introducing your first warrior. Fighting out of the blue corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 5 wins and 4 losses. He stands 188 centimeters tall and weighs already 70.2 kilograms. Representing IFS Belfast out of Northern Ireland and fighting out of Poland. Give it up for Magic Man Gierzuski. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 2 wins and 2 losses. He stands 188 centimeters tall and weighs already 70.3 kilograms. Representing SBG Ireland and Warriors Gym out of Dublin, Ireland. Give it up for the Warrior, Cian Cowley. Your referee is Leon Roberts.
Everybody, please hurry up and get out of the cage so we can get this one started. I am excited for this one. Magic Gierzuski is in the grey. Cian Cowley is in the black. Leon Roberts, the 3rd man in the cage. This is an incredible matchup, and we're about to get underway.
Okay, gentlemen, first round. You ready to fight? You ready to fight? Bring it up.
As soon as this fight was announced on social media, everybody jumped on it, realizing what an important fight this is and what this fight has potentially.
Magic is a very fast starter, but so far it's Keane trying to get the Magic Man back to the cage, pressurizing, but footwork putting off the cage.
They go behind from Magic, covered up by Keane.
See the respect of both men. They both understand. Both have knockout power. The slightest mistake could mean an early night. There's them leg kicks you alluded to, Phil.
He has the ability just to turn somebody on a pivot with these leg kicks. Listen to the smash from that leg kick.
Back to the kick of his own, but there just seems to be different gravy in the kicks that Keane has thrown.
That's a lifetime of kickboxing. That's a lifetime of Muay Thai.
Rick going into it here. You can see Magic, he's being respectful, but he needs to change it. He can't stay in the back foot and let Keane control this and kick at these legs. So far at the moment, Magic hasn't thrown much. It only takes 1, but it is Keane who seems to be throwing most of the offense. Magic starting to throw some shots now.
Watch your fingers, keep your fingers in.
That leg kick, you can see the weld really welling up on the calf of Magic Gierzuski.
Nice job.
Magic can't eat too many more of those leg kicks. I'd like to see him close the distance, but Keane doing very well maintaining that distance, just keeping Magic within his own kicking range.
That right hand came slow and Keane got out of there. Beautiful hook by Cian Cowley. He's settled into this fight. He's really cutting the cage off and putting a lot of pressure on Gierzuski. Gierzuski's really, he's going to have to earn the respect of Keane. And so far it's all forward momentum, and his kicks are devastating.
So far everything Magic's doing is reactive. I'd like to see him being a little bit more proactive. Take the fight to Cian Cowley a little bit.
Magic Man is in fact just slightly overreacting to those low kicks now. Wouldn't surprise me to see Cian Cowley
keep those fingers in.
There's that right hand, them leg kicks. I can feel them here. Magic needs to check Geezer. He needs to be on his fight. He can't stand in front of Keane like this.
He's circling off to the main kicking side of Cian Cowley.
I don't see him getting out of the first round if these kicks keep lasting like this. He's really starting to show the effect of them. He winced on that one.
It's a much more measured approach we've seen from Cian Cowley as well. Very intelligent, just taking his time, finding the spots, getting out of the way of the strikes of Magic.
He's got to be careful because Magic does have that one-punch power, so he's got to make sure he's keeping his defense right as well.
Magic starting to bite on those feints a little bit from Keane.
Knocked that one off, and Magic looks to change level. loosen it, Keane. Can he stop the takedown?
Maciek seems to have both underhooks. Could perhaps be going for a trip takedown. Maciek with good head movement. Maybe looking for an inside or outside trip.
Keane trying to have a wide base to stop this and rip under. Good head position by Magic Kuczynski so far. Start throwing knees here, Phil.
This is going to be a huge test for Keane Cowley. He now has double underhooks on him. If he can overcome this takedown attempt, he may be able to overcome the rest of the fight.
Gets the underhook and there's the knee and separation, and that is again Keane Cowley. Adjustments made in between fights. Kuczynski takes a deep breath and he knows he's going back into leg kick mode.
That's absolutely huge for Keane Cowley to be able to defend the takedown and establish his own underhook and break.
He's found the range as well. He's just slipping out of range and the shot coming back by Magic. And Magic is starting to really lift that leg when Keane goes to kick.
You could see perhaps Keane maybe go for a head kick and he's throwing these low leg kicks and maybe throw an overhand, getting Magic to bite on him.
Keane can't get overconfident though. He could get put out at any second.
Treating Magic Kuczynski like an oak tree here at the moment and is putting him down with these kicks.
Like to see Magic let the hands go a little bit more, be a little bit more confident with those hands. Perhaps if he chooses to take down, maybe use those to set up the takedown.
Boxing, they say, kill the body and the head will die. In MMA, it's kill the legs and the head will die. We are watching a leg die right now.
Again, a really measured approach from Keane Cowley. He's obviously decided just to completely take out that lead leg, which is an investment because it then takes that power away from Magic because he can't put weight on the lead leg.
This was something we talked about. If the fight took place in this range, Keane Cowley has the advantage, and Magic has got to make this. That's a good right hand there, but Keane just falls back after the kick.
Time, gentlemen.
That's the end of the first. Good respect in the fight.
Watch your fingers on your lead hand, please, yeah? Keep your fingers tucked in for me, thank you.
That was Keane Cowley chopping the league let down, but Magic Phil, I feel he's got to make this a fight. He's got to make it a brawl. He's not going to win a technical bout here with Keane Cowley.
Yeah, I think perhaps he's been a little bit guilty of being perhaps a little bit too respectful of Keane Cowley. I'd like to see him go in there and take the respect from Keane Cowley. Close the distance, fight him face to face, fight him in a phone box, and turn it into a dirty, ugly fight.
Well, Kieran, as you've said there as well, we've seen it in the last outing with Keane. Although he was on the wrong end of the judges' scorecards against Jonathan Brillon, up against the cage, he defended well for the takedown, and he's done that again this evening against Magic.
He did. That was a huge moment. But on the flip side of it, I'd like to see Magic try it again. He successfully closed the difference, secured double underhooks, drove his opponent up against the cage. I'd like to see him try it again.
I think a big important part of the corner there, Kiefer Crosby and John Cavanagh, Lee Hamad in the corner, they will be giving you a voice of keep chopping that leg, keep doing what you're doing. What is IFS telling their fighter?
Shane Tasney and Adam Gustav are going to be telling Magic to take the fight to Keane Cowley. You deserve to be here. Do not stand on reputation. Do not stand on ceremony.
Second round, James. You ready? You ready? Bring it up.
Second round on the way. Respect puts his block straight away. And will Keane settle back into taking that lead leg?
Feint the whole round.
Magic works on quiet kick. Already you can see the output. He's trying to throw heavier shots towards Keane. Cowley putting on the cage, landing that leg kick again. And it's going to be a sore leg now. Switch stance momentarily. That's a big indicator.
Yeah, that's a tell that these leg kicks are the cumulative damage that they are doing to Magic.
Looping right hand by Magic to Keane. Keane Cowley had it guard up. He's got to start pumping his jab out there, Phil, or giving Keane some sort of look. How far Magic is just, he's almost reacting to what Keane Cowley is offering.
Like I said, it's reactive as opposed to proactive.
Tries to blitz forward, but good footwork by Cowley.
Right hand. Now wind up. Foot. There it is. Foot to the jaw. Make him miss and throw.
When you look at, he fought Daniel and Shaikh is a teammate of Kuczynski as well, and Cowley, he's not willing to push forward. He's staying in a range that he's comfortable. He doesn't need, so far he's winning this fight, he doesn't need to step into the world or Magic and offer that. What he's doing is chopping down, he's winning the fight, and what's the big that's what Magic Kuczynski does! He can end it with one punch! We were saying it needs to be more aggressive! That right hand! Just carry forward! That's the power! That's the finish! demonstrated that by finishing the fight. We just have the medic in, just with Keane at the moment. Of course, fighter safety is a priority here at Brave Combat. Keane has just come through. And again, the best of medics here at Brave Combat Federation.
But that's what we said, though. That's what we said. Maciej Gierzyński just needs that one opening. He just needs that one opportunity. And he showed it there in devastating fashion. That, for me, is nobody's taking that kind of a shot.
That's it. Magic has fought as high as welterweight. And he said it from the get-go. He has knockout finish. If he lands on people, he puts them to sleep. This is what happens. King Cowley was controlling that fight. He was chopping the leg down on Magic Gierzyński. He was just controlling every aspect of it. Magic fight at the time and blitzed forward with a big shot that just separated King Cowley from his senses. What a moment indeed. To come in here and something you spoke about, Kirk, as well. King Cowley, again, another fighter who's considered a huge prospect in mixed martial arts. A big name, and we were saying Gierzyński is looking to steal it. Talk me through this replay and this finish.
Magic Man lands. That's all you need to know. Lands 2 more shots. These were not illegal shots. In mixed martial arts, you are supposed to keep hitting until the referee tells you not to.
He was coming forward, Kirk. He flashed a jab. It was almost as a distance ranger. You see it here. Pause the jab, distance, and a big looping right hand catches Cowley square and separates him from his senses. An incredible knockout by Magic Gierzyński. That's insane. We're reporting while the replay is shown that King Cowley is fine. He's up. He was sitting on a stool. He's fine. And again, but what a moment for Magic Gierzyński. And that is an incredible knockout. And again, there's not going to be too many lightweights who are going to take that power. Incredible power. Let's make this official and let's send it up to the roaring lion, Carlos Kramer.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, let's give both these warriors an incredible round of applause. We said don't blink, and it's exactly what happened. This fight comes to an end at 1 minute 28 seconds of round number 2. Your winner by knockout, Magic Man Gierzyński.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Maciej, the Magic Man Gierzyński. Maciej, did that fight go down how you wanted?
Hi everyone, first of all, hopefully you have a good evening and enjoy that fight. So I tell everybody, and everybody who knows me, they know I have a dynamites and a both fists. This time was the right one. I always finish by KO.
Maciej, that was an absolutely devastating KO. What's next for you in Brave Combat Federation? This is undoubtedly the biggest win of your mixed martial arts career. What do you do next?
Yes. As I am pro, I've done the middleweight fights, I've done the welterweight fights. I don't scare to be fight the big boys, my size, and now I dropped to lightweight. That's my second fight in the lightweight, and it's a second TKO. I have a 6 wins, I have a 6 KOs, TKOs, finishes 100%. So as I'm lightweight, I'm sure, and I take care of that whole division. So if Brave sign me, I promise you, I'm gonna walk soon with that belt on my shoulders.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for the Magic Man, Magic Gierzyński!
Incredible performance. Take your moment, and what an audition. If that was an interview, you're going to pay him double what you were going to offer. What an audition tape. What a way to announce yourself to Brave Nation here.
Absolutely unbelievable. And that, Brave Nation, what you just saw is the heart and soul of mixed martial arts. It doesn't matter what's happening in a fight. You can be losing second by second, minute by minute, round by round, and bam! Out of nowhere, you can thrill a crowd, put your opponent out. By the way, I want to say, Keane Cowley is fine. He's backstage. He's lucid. It was a little scary, though.
Yeah, and then you got to say, looking at it, Magic Gierzyński, the greatest audition there I think you could possibly do. An incredible night. We have got another incredible bout. This is for the Brave Combat Federation Featherweight World Title.
Bubba Jenkins taking on Lucas Martens, an insane matchup. The night's not over. What an incredible night so far, but this is your main event.
It was originally a tribute to Muhammad Ali, one of my favorite athletes of all time. He was a man who I believed in, a mentor. I wanted to flow like a butterfly and sting like a bee. You know, I wanted to have that belief in community and neighborhood and spirituality. Although we had different beliefs, he's still a man that I looked up to. And when he died, I never got to meet him. I got to meet Mike Tyson and some of the best fighters and greatest fighters of all time, but he was one that I truly wanted to meet. And when he died, I felt a sense of, you know, my childhood leaving a little bit, my childhood and a little bit of my college career. The type of athlete that I was that Ali-like athlete. And it was originally standing for I'm a bad man. It's one thing that he said, and IMA stood for in memorial of Muhammad Ali. So I'm a deep person. There are levels to the way that I think, move, and act. If I wanted to put myself in a small clip of excitement and have that kind of thing going for me, so I was a highlight kid. But as I began to have a closer relationship with God and have a more understanding of who I am, it kind of played as a double entendre, because I'm not a bad guy, but I am a bad man. And when you talk about mama, there goes that man. It's usually that man that they talk about. I'm that bad man they talk about. When Muhammad Ali screamed, I'm a bad man, it's not because in deed or in thought that he was characteristically bad. It's because the things that he did, you have to talk about as if they were significant in a sense. And I'm not the bad guy, but I am the bad man.
Germany, into an American military family. As a kid, he moved around with his family, but his hunger for victory remained the same. Victories and accolades started piling up in wrestling, and as he moved to mixed martial arts, he has gone through a long road to the World Championship. Now he needs to defend everything he has earned. As we go into London for the first time, Bubba, I'm a bad
Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to bring back recording group and superstars Blaze.
Yet another great performance, incredible musical act, and the guests here tonight feel at Brave Combat Federation 2040 have not only been treated to incredible matchups, but music entertainment as well.
Yeah, this night has absolutely everything you could possibly want. But the one thing that you haven't had yet is dessert. This is our main event of the night. The champion, Bubba Jenkins, an absolute wrestling phenom, takes on the striking prowess, the submission prowess of Lucas Monero.
And this is something that we've built up the wrestling and the striking. What happens, Keurig, if Lucas Monero Martens can stop the takedown? What's Bubba Jenkins' plan then?
One of the interesting things that happens in mixed martial arts is when you get two people whose wrestling games can shut each other down, it turns into a very interesting boxing match. I actually expect that to happen for at least part of this fight. Monero has said, I will not be taken down, and I think whether that happens or doesn't will be telling in the outcome of this fight.
Let's go and find out and send it up one last time for introductions. Carlos Kramer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can you feel the thunder? This is our Brave Combat Federation Brave 24 London main event of the evening. Introducing your first warrior. Coming to the cage, representing Capital de Luta Gym, from Sao Paulo, Brazil, give it up for the challenger, Lucas Monero Martens.
Lucas Monero aqui, Lucas Monero aqui, vamos, Lucas Monero aqui, vários dias que passo assim,
Making his way to the cage. This is not the first time he's walked into a title bout here. And talk to me, Bill Campbell, a little about the elite striking and Muay Thai style of Lucas Monero.
Lucas Monero is attempting to do something that nobody has done in the history of Brave Combat Federation. He is a former undisputed lightweight champion. He is attempting to become the undisputed featherweight champion, and he's going to do that by implementing his incredibly dangerous striking arsenal. 20-4 as a professional, with 12 wins coming by way of KO and 5 coming by way of submission. You're talking in and around an 85% finish rate at the elite level. That's practically unheard of, and shows you just how dangerous Lucas Monero really is.
And again, on the day yesterday, it was quite aggressive at the weigh-ins. Bubba was very animated. Lucas Monero, he looked drained, he looked sucked in. Kirk, how well has he recovered looking at the footage of Bubba?
There's an old saying in mixed martial arts, don't bet on a fight until you've watched the weigh-ins. If I only watched the weigh-ins, I would not be feeling too confident. However, Bubba cut extremely hard too. They have had over 24 hours to rehydrate. I still think this is anyone's fight.
Martin is just in the final prep point, and this is where going to be 5 rounds, championship rounds. But when we look at Martin, he was a former champion at lightweight. You could argue the only reason he lost that title and that moment is because of the injury in that bout, Phil.
Yeah, it was a freak injury, but then Lucas felt he was more attuned to competing at featherweight. But as we said, at the weigh-ins, it looked like a very hard cut for Lucas Monero. But somebody like Bubba Jenkins is going to exploit that because he's an absolute cardio machine.
Bubba Jenkins has had to be patient to make this walk again. Put the patience aside, it is time. Bubba Jenkins making his first title defense. Let's get him in here, Carlos.
All right, and let's welcome his opponent into the Brave 24 London cage. Representing Impact Jiu-Jitsu, Salem, Oregon, and Black House MMA in Los Angeles, California, USA. Give it up for the reigning, defending, undisputed Brave Combat Federation featherweight champion of the world, Bubba, I'm a bad man, Jenkins.
Like the title night crowning in Abu Dhabi, Keurig, Bubba Jenkins looks like he's soaking in every second of this moment.
He is indeed. He's playing a little bit of a old game Muhammad Ali used to make. He's walking real slowly down to the cage, cooking his opponent a little bit. It's impressive to see, and it's not surprising because he does cite Muhammad Ali as one of his inspirations.
The NCAA Division I champion in 2011. He is the highest of highest levels of grappler. He also has that kickboxing ability, but are you expecting him just to use that kickboxing to close the range and get him and drag him into the deep waters on the mat?
One of the keys to mixed martial arts is being unpredictable. If you're predictable in any facet, you can be set up. And if you can be set up, you can be finished. He cannot go out there immediately with a completely wrestling heavy approach, or he may get shut down. I absolutely expect him to engage fully from the heart on the feet.
And Phil, throw it to you before we go back to Carlos. You were talking to Bubba this week. How is the champ feeling?
This is the most pumped and focused I have ever seen Bubba Jenkins. He feels disrespected at the very thought that Lucas could come down to his weight class and try and take his belt. He feels ordained, he feels anointed, he feels appointed as the champion, and he will try to defend the belt tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, your tail of the tape here, very similar in the age, so both very experienced fighters. The height advantage is with Lucas Martens, but this promises to be one of the best featherweight bouts in mixed martial arts. Let's send it up to Carlos Kramer to get this main event underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, Copper Box Arena is absolutely rocking as we are ready for our main event of the evening. 5-minute rounds for the Brave Combat Federation Featherweight Championship of the World. Your judges for this contest are Ben Cartledge, Mark Khaled, and Clemens Werner. And our referee is Mark Goddard. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I have one question for you, and one question only. Are you ready? Let's meet our first warrior for the Brave Combat Federation Featherweight Championship of the World. Fighting out of the blue corner, this man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 20 wins and 4 losses. He stands 183 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 65.8 kilograms. Representing Capital da Luta Gym and fighting out of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Give it up for the challenger, Lucas Monero Martens. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. This man's a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 13 wins and 4 losses. He stands 170 centimeters tall and weighs a ready 65.6 kilograms. Representing Impact Jiu-Jitsu, Salem, Oregon, and Black House MMA in Los Angeles, California, USA. Give it up for the reigning, defending, undisputed Brave Combat Federation Featherweight Champion of the World, Bubba, I'm a bad man, Jenkins. For referee instructions, Mark Goddard.
Lucas, Bubba, you know exactly what I expect. I need you to fight hard, I want you to fight clean. When I say stop, you stop. If you want to touch, do it now. God bless.
Gentlemen, this is going to be insane. The featherweight world title is on the line. Bubba Jenkins, your defending champion, taking on the challenger, Lucas Martens. Martens is in the white and black. Bubba Jenkins is in the red and black. Our referee is Mr. Mark Goddard. This is a main event fitted and suitable for such a prestigious night in mixed martial arts. We are underway.
Monero with that classic Thai style, standing quite straight, hands high. This looks like he's about to load a leg kick. There it is.
That's the first signal of intent. And Muay Thai style, light on the front foot, but his light, subtle footwork, how he gets in on his opponents, is what really gets Lucas Monero in there. Is lighting up the lead leg. Bubba is just smiling at him. He's waiting to explode and change levels here.
Bubba
Jenkins on the right hand into the takedown.
Bubba Jenkins, you absolute rascal with the flying knee.
Looking at high crotch here, and are we going to go to Slam City? Because your mayor, as we know, is Bubba Jenkins.
He's in on a single right now. He needs to. We need to be careful. Monero maybe trying to set up a dorsal Barabo choke.
That is a danger, but so far good defense by Martens here up against the cage. But normally when Bubba Jenkins gets a hold of a leg and is in on a takedown, it normally results in you on the mat looking for the choke.
Oh, beautiful transitional work from Bubba Jenkins. He was aware of the threat and uses it to his advantage to score the takedown.
Bubba Jenkins trained for years at Black House MMA. He's been in every conceivable submission. It'll take more than that to beat him.
And this is what Bubba Jenkins does so well. In every aspect of the transitions of grappling, he will always land shots punishing you. Your tax that you have to pay when you're trying to stand up is them 4-ounce gloves hitting you in the chin.
And what he does so expertly is he keeps himself active, he keeps himself honest there. Pop with the shots, and they're not necessarily shots that are going to knock you out, but it's the cumulative effect of what he's doing. It's distraction, it's misdirection.
And just dropping the wrist. Monero looking maybe to step over and take the back there. So far, it's Bubba Jenkins pulling away the right wrist of Lucas Monero, but almost trolling on me. You see it as akin to how Khabib Nurmagomedov pulls the wrist from his opponents and allows him to control. Big shot by Bubba, heavy ground and pound.
Like I say, he maintains the clinch, pop with the shots, back to the clinch. Oh, these are beautiful uppercuts.
Beautiful work and short, dirty uppercuts in the grappling exchanges here. And this is where Lucas had said, yeah, his wrestling's okay, he's not going to get me down. We didn't have to wait long. These are punches, uppercut there! Lucas Martens is coming.
This could be it.
Big shot that Bubba keeps throwing. Mark Goddard is going to be given a choice.
These shots are
he needs to move to get that. The Warriors are coming. And Bubba Jenkins is still.
Bubba is a bad man.
Ladies and gentlemen, the undisputed and still Brave Combat Federation featherweight champion of the world, take up by Bubba Jenkins.
It's the elite grappling that got him there, but the heavy, thunderous shots from the bottom. Lucas Monero was trapped. He was a mouse who was caught in the trap, who was getting punched in the face.
That was absolutely devastating. Used the wrestling. It all started with that flying knee. Bubba Jenkins, the NCAA National Wrestling Champion, opens up with the flying knee, transitions to the takedown. And those shots on the bottom, they went from pit-pat, all of a sudden they turned on a switch. Fight-ending power.
Phil Campbell was that the perfect performance. If you're ranking that out of percentage, that's 100% performance. Let's have a look at it. This is the beginning of the end. He uses it beautifully, lands the knee, throws the right hand, but uses it all, Phil, to close the distance to get the takedown.
And I'm sure that's the last thing Lucas Monero expected. But he throws the flying knee, transitions to the takedown, and let's see some of that ground and pound. He caught the head of Lucas Martens' right back and was just relentless and measured with it. He almost looked to Mark Goddard while he was hitting as if to say, listen dude, this fight's over, call it now, I'm the champ.
That is absolutely insane power from that position. I have it wrote down on my notes, heavy ground and pound, but just uppercut after uppercut. And like I said, he was like a trapped mouse in a trap who was getting punched in the face. Great stoppage as always, and as you expect by the great Mark Goddard. But that is a performance of a champion. That is the mentality of a champion. Featherweights, contenders, get ready and prepare yourself, because Bubba Jenkins is not letting go of that title as he's shown here tonight. Let's make it official. Let's re-crown the king. Let's send it up to the roaring line. Carlos Kramer.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible fight for our main event of the evening. Give it up for both of these warriors. This fight comes to an end at 2 minutes and 48 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by TKO, and still the reigning, defending, undisputed Brave Combat Featherweight Champion of the World, Bubba, I'm a Bad Man Jenkins.
Bubba Jenkins repeats the moment, drops to his knees, says a prayer and points to the sky. Let's send it up to Kirk Jennis to interview the champ.
I had the honor of calling your championship fight in Abu Dhabi, but they have a saying in mixed martial arts: you don't own the belt until you've defended it. You just defended it. You own that belt. What do you have to say to anyone who wants to take it from you?
If you want to take this belt, you have to take it from him who gave it to me. For I am not only chosen, I am called. My destiny has brought me to London as my destination, and all honor goes to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. During this camp, I lost 2 of my close friends. One of my friends, Daniel Berkey, and one of my boys, Joey Kashera. And it got me thinking a lot about life and death. And one day we will all die and meet the true and living King. And I beg amongst you to please reach out and understand who Jesus Christ is, because what I just did was a great exploit, for he is one of Brazil's favorite fighters, and it took me less than 2 rounds, as I told you my God said he would do for me. Try to understand what your purpose in life is. Try to understand your calling, and then you shall find your destiny. Thank you, everyone here in London. You guys were chosen to be in this room to hear this speech. Understand what I'm saying, for there is a higher being doing greater things in me than any man in the world. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bubba, I'm a Bad Man Jenkins.
Brave Combat Federation was billed as a truly revolutionary evening of mixed martial arts and a special treat for the fans, and boy did it deliver. On the main card tonight, 3 first-round finishes. Chris Hoekstra here post-event alongside Keurig Janess, Noel O'Keefe, and Phil Campbell. Guys, what a spectacular evening here, truly putting the sport forward in Europe. Keurig, I'm going to start with you in the main event. You just had the honor of interviewing Bubba Jenkins, and still this evening, devastating performance.
He's an absolutely inspirational figure to me. Bubba Jenkins is inspired by Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali, like the greatest champions, like Bubba Jenkins, aspires for even more than the highest level of success in sports. He wants to inspire others. You saw that on stage right now.
Now, Phil, Jenkins is kind of known as a safety-first guy. He's got great wrestling, great control. The takedown setup was not exactly safe. He jumped in, caught the wrist ride, and then it was all she wrote.
It was incredibly unconventional. I was watching it, and I've never seen Bubba Jenkins throw a flying knee. As soon as he threw it, I called him a little rascal, because that's what it was. It came out of nowhere, but used it beautifully. The flying knee to takedown to beautiful ground and pound. As close as you can get to a perfect champion performance.
Noel, they looked almost 2 different weight classes in there. I mean, Monero Martens is an elite guy. He was coming off a big win, coming into Brave, a lot of hype behind this guy. It wasn't even close tonight.
Yeah, well, we had our concerns when we seen the weigh-ins yesterday. You know, he looked really drawn out. We had a really animated Bubba Jenkins who, you only have to listen to Bubba, and like I said it earlier, he would make me run through a wall. I would follow him wherever he wants to go. He's so inspiring. He put on an inspiring performance. I don't want to say that it was Monero's weight cut or whatever, because that's unfair to what Bubba Jenkins done here tonight. Bubba Jenkins, we built this as in climbing the mountain, landing on the summit, planting the flag. Keurig mentioned that, you know, you're not considered a champion until you defend it. He said to every other featherweight, come get it. Just come get it. What a performance. He gets rid of a former UFC fighter, a former #1 contender in the featherweight division, in the lightweight division. He has demolished him inside the first round. That is a champion's performance.
So I'm going to follow up and ask you this, though. What next?
For Bubba Jenkins, whatever he wants and whoever he wants. That's the simple answer to that. Everybody, he has got a big target on his back now. He is the champion, but he's happy with that. You've seen him walking to the cage. He is happy in this position. He wants that target on his back.
So Bubba Jenkins undoubtedly billed as possibly one of the greatest champions in this amazing promotion. Keurig, we saw a few first-round finishes. Let's talk about Cameron Else taking on Aiden James, one of the biggest underdogs on this card. I was actually sitting with the president of IMAF, and we were discussing what might happen. Boy, we barely got to finish our sentences.
It was an absolutely stunning knockout and illustrates what makes this sport so beautiful. You can be losing, you can be behind, you can be on bottom, you can get taken down, and in a split second, you can turn it all around. That's what we saw.
Now, Aiden James, we knew him, Phil. This guy was clearly an elite fighter, a great amateur background, but Cameron Else said, I do not want to be underestimated. I do not want to come into this fight and have people write me off again. You know what? The talk is one thing. When it comes time to perform, he did that.
I spoke to Cameron Else in the lead up to this fight, and he said, by the end of this fight, you will be calling me the prospect killer. It's something he has done consistently. And we were saying, like, for a bantamweight, to have that kind of one-punch knockout power is impressive, but he carries the type of power that heavyweights would covet. Devastating.
Got to be some interesting matchups for him here in Brave Combat Federation.
I think he's stolen Aiden James's momentum now. So I think he's placed himself front and center for a crack at the champion. Why not?
So there you go. Cameron Else victorious here this evening. An upset victory, but you know what? A hard-earned victory. Co-main event action. Noel, I want to pick your brains on this one. Keane looked very confident early. He got the distance, good control, nice long guard, went to work with the leg kicks. By the second round, though, there was a change in the winds.
King Kelly was running away with this fight. I said in commentary, if Magic keeps getting hit with them leg kicks, he won't get out of the first round. Second round started more of the same. Keane was winning the fight. He was in control of his distance management. He was always just out of range. He was leaning back to miss the big shots by Magic. Magic then just blitzed. He pawed out the jab and then swung a Thor hammer of a right hand that landed squarely on King Cowley's chin. We said it before in a build-up to this that if King Cowley gets caught by Magic, he will turn the lights out with one, and that's what we've seen.
Now, Magic Gershuvsky came in a little bit under the radar, Keurig Janess. Had won everything in the first fight knockout, had been submitted in all of his losses in the first. Was that surprising for you there on the call?
It wasn't surprising for me because my broadcast partner is a teammate with him and fully filled me in. I still thought it wasn't going to go the way it did. We had a little gentleman's bet. I lost the bet, but I got to tell you, I was I've never been more excited to lose in my life.
Phil, give us some insight, though. Obviously, Keurig mentioned that you've shared some mat time with Maciej Gierszewski. Ironically, him and Keen went pro around the same amount of time, but he's had a lot more experience, has been training a lot. What was the difference in your opinion tonight, besides obviously the combinations?
I remember back in the amateur days when Maciej was an amateur and he was putting people away, just like we seen in 8-ounce gloves. So I was under no illusions that Maciej was going to come in here and it was going to be a tough opening fight for him. But he has that X factor. He has that anomalous one-punch knockout power, and he landed it to devastating effect. And if Brave Combat Federation do not sign Maciej Gierszewski, somebody else will. Get on it, sign on the dotted line.
Well, 3 amazing talents emerging. Brave Combat Federation full of all sorts of surprises here tonight. Keurig Jeunesse, you talked about the hard work, though, that the team has put into taking these events to a global stage. Obviously, there's so much talent here in Europe. There's so much talent in some of these different countries. Any final reflections on tonight's event?
Yeah, I do. I remember when the UFC got back on pay-per-view for the first time. I actually had my URL on the bumpers. It was a terrible show. This was a show that can elevate mixed martial arts in Europe, and it was an unbelievable show.
Noel, you got to host the action on the play-by-play. Any final words for Brave Nation tuning in, my man?
You know what? If this is your first experience with Brave Combat Federation, you're welcome, and we will see you at Brave Combat Federation 25. Undoubtedly, you've seen it tonight, what goes into this show, the hard work. Like I said, you're welcome. Thank you for tuning in, and welcome to Brave Nation.
Phil, you've had an inside angle in the matchmaking. You've been part of a lot of the promos. You've seen the behind-the-scenes work. It takes an awful lot to put these shows together. Any final reflections?
Well, I think it just speaks to what Brave Combat Federation is really about. It's all about the fighters. Everybody else, everything else, the pageantry around it comes second. We've seen that by just consistently unbelievable fights. Brave Combat Federation is an organization by fighters, for fighters. Get on board now.
I couldn't have said it more poetically myself. So for Chris Hoekstra, Keurig Jeunesse, Noel O'Keefe, Phil Campbell, it's been an amazing evening, a monumental evening here in London at the Copperbox Arena in the Queen Elizabeth Park. We look forward to seeing you folks next time. Make sure you tune into the broadcast. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and of course our website. And we look forward to welcoming you in for more Brave Combat Federation next time. That's good night from London.